Diary, Politico.
This is going to be an interesting night.
Godfatherism.
Please read beyond the caption of this broadcast. Read the description of the broadcast as well. Because right there is the detail of what we will be talking about this evening. It is not just going to be about bribery and the NVDM and the National Assembly and all the drama that happened today. There are so many more important stuff to actually talk about, but we are starting with the dramas. Tell everybody that needs to know. It was a drama galore. Initially, you'll be wondering, what will be the business of the National Assembly, the House of Representatives in this online squabble? We are talking about Nigeria. Where if they explain to you, right, and about Nigeria, somehow you understand it without getting mad. You explain that well. All the dramas that happens in Nigeria every day, most of them, they don't have any direct benefit on the majority. It's just that on MaiyegunsDiary, Politico, we look beyond the drama, we look in the detail. Now today I know say social media suspension day, proper suspension day. A few days ago we were not celebrating. Pretty much like we were wondering that the Minister of Interior, who suspended the supposed handlers of the Nigerian prison service online, actually suspended them until today. We can't realize in a social media suspension, it is not real. Can you imagine? You see this scandal of bribery and the others. It is also helping us to see more about the uselessness of the institutions in Nigeria. Share this. So good morning to you once again. Good afternoon to you. And good evening to you from wherever you are joining us. It is Maiyegun Live. This morning, we woke up to the what later came out to be the drama to kickstart the whole day. And it is it is for those invited by the National Assembly guys, House of Representatives, who decided to probe into the bribery allegation against the two institutions of the federal government of Nigeria, the Nigerian Prison Service called the Correctional Service, the Nigeria EFCC Anti-Graft Agency, because a young man named Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, in a video, in an audio recording, so in a phone call that has now become audio recording evidence, where he alleged that he paid the EFCC in Nigeria to get his name, scratched off the what is that called again? Money laundering probe. So they were probing. They said he was accused of money laundering for some people, and he was to be tried for that. Also, he was arrested as well for defacing the naira. Now, EFCC in Nigeria is considered as the attack dog of the whoever is in government. So in this instance, before then, EFCC is very much famous for raiding people's homes, cutting deal with some other criminals, financial criminals, or financial crime perpetrators and all that. The internet fraudsters, and then once in a while, the politicians. So they are very famous for breaking into people's homes, arresting and parading them, and sometimes displaying the conviction of people who have committed financial crimes in Nigeria, with the pride that, yes, we are stopping the advancement of financial crimes in Nigeria until one Idris Okuneye, that is a bribe. I don't know why I kept calling him a bribe risky. I think we're going to have to stick to that now, not Bob Toriski, right? Latu Aruno, you put that in my mouth. Bribe risky, who happened to be one convicted member of the public, convicted for defacing Nigerian Naira, a crime that is not really of a custodian punishment. But surprisingly, a judge in Nigeria sent him to prison. Okay, and that was supposed to be the end of it until an audio came out from somebody. He was owing 4 million naira, where he not only tried to blackmail the person, he also went on to say things that actually indicted the EFCC to say, well, I was sent to jail for defacing Naira when I was supposed to actually get community service punishments. But there is more to that. Let me tell you. That's how he spoke there. He said, let me tell you, the EFCC was actually investigating me for money laundering. And my godfather said that, we could get rid of that. And what did I do? I paid EFCC 15 million naira to scrunch my name from that investigation. Also, I didn't go to any prison. So just so you know, oh, okay, EFCC 1, then prison officials 2. How did you not go to prison? What happened? Usually there is VIP session or VIP segments in Nigeria prison, okay, where if you pay well, you won't go into the main population of the prison. You go to the VIP, where you can have access to your phone, you have access to your own meals, you can have visitors like as you want. It's not going to be prison per se, it's just going to be like an holiday home, right? But the guy was like, no, not VIP session, forget about that. I was actually given an apartment outside the prison. That's new. So these two statements, right, prompted, in fact, triggered reactions online. And the man at the center of it, VDM, very dark man, was like, me, I have been sent to prison before. Nobody offered me an apartment outside the prison. How could you, Bobrisky, have such privilege? Who is your godfather? Man, EFCC, you need to answer this. Nigeria Prison Service, you need to answer this. That was the beginning. That was what brought about all the drama you have been witnessing all this while. Okay? Normal, it wouldn't be an issue. But which level? What thing happened? So EFCC responded by saying, oh, we are launching a probe. Oh, this is serious now. The Nigerian Prison Service responded by saying, no, that's not true. In fact, we are launching a probe into it. You see, now that it became the government institutions showing interest to want to clear their names, right? That was how the whole hula baloo, igiaga, started. In case if you are wondering, say, this one a Nigeria problem. This what let's talk about that things that is more important. This is important. It simply shows, which to some of this Gen Z today, it shows that if you have money, okay, you can actually get away with any crime. No matter how much they try to make you or preach to you to stay away from crime, no, don't stay away. If you have the money, you can escape any judgment or punishment.
Is it not? Have you heard about this Bobrisky scandal?
The allegations of the
is it allegation?
Allegations that some officers
is this in the Ministry of Internal?
Interior. Yes, Interior. It's under the House of Reps is probing it. It's under the Ministry of Interior, the National Correctional Service.
Do you know that they can sentence you and don't go to prison in Nigeria?
Oh my God!
Do you know that you can pay money to be pardoned?
It happens really. So you can bribe your way.
Asking me.
So you know a lot. I'm just a young person. So you've seen a lot and you've heard a lot. And you're a very powerful man in this country.
This is very contemporary.
Yes, I don't know everything. So I'm learning that in a Nigeria.
Together that this became a thing. It's not about Bobrisky per se. It is with a brazen, nonchalant attitude, he was talking about it in that audio, right? That got so many people like, oh, some said, you see this kind of thing in Nigeria. Now, one kind of secret, we see people they take to their grave. Okay? FBI, CIA, DSS, NIA, PPM, MTN, nobody will beat them out of you. If you ever use this, if you ever use such privilege, you know they tell anybody, who the hell is this guy? Why would you do that? Then the very dark man in the middle of it, right? He has a very big platform. Okay, the guy has a combined followers on all platforms that is like, over 3 million followers on all platforms. So it was easier to say, what? No, yeah, no, yes, no. And to clear their names, sometimes you see stuffs like this. EFCC no go see anything. Prison correctional service, they won't see anything. But because this guy has a very big platform, a platform that somehow people will keep spreading it, they will keep analyzing it, they will keep asking questions. So they were dragged into it to respond. Now them responding is what has now escalated it. We've had a section of the country who have been condemning the guy, very dark man, not what he actually exposed. We've had a section of the country trying to intimidate him, gaslight him, blackmail him and all that. Then we have a section of the country as well that is more interested in what really happened. Tell us. To the point that the Minister of Interior in Nigeria announced the suspension of some officials of the Nigerian prison service. Today we can't say now ordinary social media suspension is not real. I didn't know that. In the last 72 hours, I was still talking about them like the action of suspension. I shouldn't have fake. We'll get to that part. The National Assembly, I think in their effort that they want to clear or they want to probe it and find out what really happened, they extended an invitation to Bobrisky, VDM, EFCC chairman, and then prison officials to come and answer some questions. You, Mr. VDM, could you please bring all the evidence you said you have? It all started from, remember, Bobrisky was owing somebody 4 million naira. And he won't pay. And he dared the person to do his worst. And on that same call was where he made all of that, revelation. Now, when he heard that very dark man is on the matter, that same day, he paid the money, 4 million naira to the person he owed. And he expected the whole issue to die down. But very dark man was like, no. Forget about the money you hold. Did you say you paid EFCC 15 million to stop a money laundering probe or investigation about you? Really? Did you actually say that you paid people in the prison service that you did not go to any prison at all? I know we are more interested now. Before, now pigeon they put mouth. Now, chicken don't put mouth. Before, yellow bento. They say, at the yeti dust. And say when chicken begin to scratch the heart for something, but you go see the impact too. But if not pigeon, that one go just fly away, leave her. So the Nigeria National Assembly, House of Representatives, now invited all these guys. Bobrisky no show, but he sent his lawyer. EFCC chairman no show. He no send anybody. But there were others who showed up. The supposedly suspended prison officials, including Assistant Controller General, Deputy Controller General of Prison. High-ranking officials were in that National Assembly today. So we will start tonight from that drama. Hopefully we can wrap it up in another half an hour. Then we're going to go to a more serious thing. I don't know how to explain this to you than to show you Nigeria, even though some says that Nigeria is actually in recession. Your economy is tanked. But I think there's a difference between recession and bankruptcy. Bankruptcy by you. But we'll get to that part too. This morning, very dark man, his own lawyer, as well as his own hype man, all of them showed up from the start. Let's go to the National Assembly.
That new building, you might have 3 issues or something.
Now, my lawyer will be the one to talk, and I will not say a word because I don't want to walk out from the people that are holding on to my father. So I won't say anything until Politico is here and the EFCC chairman is here. Thank you very much.
Number 2, I'm just echoing what we are discussing. Number two, he's saying that he has not said he's not going to speak. At least we came prepared, we came in almost everything that is needed by this committee here. We have even come with additional evidence that is not even available online. We have come with everything. So he's not saying, I don't want to assist the committee, I don't want to talk. He's saying because that person who should be here, who is not here, who has sent a lawyer to represent he or she, that he is not going to talk directly, that he's going to talk to his counsel. That's just all he's saying, and nothing more.
In addition, I would like to say, the man from my state, he said, if I don't speak, they won't be mentioned to be taken. I will not mind being no. I will not mind, let me tell story, please. And also, in the voice notes, Bobrisky said something about the Godfather. So it's obvious that there's a Godfather somewhere that might maybe told him not to come, and nothing will happen because he has disrespected everybody here by not coming, and you are trying to force me to talk, and you are already throwing me little threats that you detain me. I will stay in the cell, and this is not my first time, it's not my second time. So I'll go and stay there until he's ready. But for now, I will not say anything. If I say anything, let me die.
We are taking note of the fact that
so I'll just go on. Now, in the video I posted online, I explained everything. For the people that saw the video, it was well detailed and well explained. How I got hold of that recording is as a result of Bobrisky blackmailing somebody he owes money. So according to the story and according to the evidence, that's a proof of chat that was sent to me. The person borrowed Bobrisky 4 million naira when Bobrisky was in the EFCC detention, or rather in the private apartment lodge. The person gave him the money on the on the 19/6/2024. The person gave him the money, 4 million naira. It was transferred to this account number 0496411279. Abiola Okuneye, and as you know, Bobrisky's name is Okuneye, so apparently, Kuda. So apparently, it's his brother's account. So when it was time to get the money back, according to the story the guy told me and the evidence I saw, he told Bobrisky he wanted that money to complete his building in Lagos, so that was why I borrowed him the money. So it was now time to pay. From the receipt I have here, he sent him a message, Bobrisky refused to respond. Sent him another one after like few days, Bobrisky also refused to respond. When Bobrisky eventually responded, Bobrisky said, I'm going to give you the money in, I think, September. So September 1st, the guy reached out to Bobrisky again, Bobrisky refused. And the next thing that followed it was blackmail. He said, I will tell them that you are smooshing me and you are kissing me. So the guy felt very, very somehow because he felt like he was not going to get his money. God so kind, there's a very dark man that has the platform to call out the people that owes money and they will pay. So a friend of mine who is very popular contacted me and he said, VDA, see what's going on. And I said, okay, no problem. If you have received, send it. Then when he
So initially he said he won't say anything since Bobrisky wasn't going to show up, rather sent a lawyer. Then later he agreed to testify and give them the evidence and give them the backstory or the background of the whole thing. So he presented his evidence, text messages, audio, the threats, the receipt of the payment of the debt, and on. That's the second part. Let's see it.
Then when he sent it, now I'll say something here. When he sent it, immediately I made a video, I first video, and I said, Bobrisky, I'm giving you 4 hours to pay back. Then he started begging the guy. Now what I'm going to say now, my lawyer does not even know. Now, he started begging the guy, then he paid. Immediately, he paid. But when I listened to the audio, I said, nah, even though you pay, this has to go there out there, man. Because EFCC cannot go around harassing some boys, young boys, and somebody with a godfather will be pulling stunts. I was detained in the prison. My very good friend, Sean Kuti, was detained as well. A lot of boys are inside the prison. Bobrisky is not any way better than them. So I didn't see any reason why I should keep the audio. I kept the receipt of his payment, which he paid that day. He paid that day. So immediately I got it, which was on Tuesday, September 24th. On Tuesday, just 6 days ago, I think. Then the chat acknowledging when he was disturbing the guy that he wants to refund immediately after he saw my video. And then, yes, the chats. And the chats where he blackmailed the guy. There's a particular place where he blackmailed the guy. The chat also asking for the money. As a reminder, we would like to read one part for September 4th. He said, Dear Bobrisky, this is a reminder for the return of the loan amount of 4 million naira as agreed. The due date for the return is September 1st. Mind you, this September 1st, it was Bobrisky that gave him the dates. Then he said, kindly use the attachment account details to send the refund. Then he sent his account number. So because he didn't get it, he came to me. So I'll read the part of the blackmail that made him, because, yes, I would like to clarify that the guy said he's not gay. I don't know, I don't live with him, but he has kids. So he said he's not gay. Okay, so this part, after requesting, sorry. So this part, the guy went on saying things like, I helped you when you needed help. When it's time to pay me back, I'm stressing me, this is not fair. How will you pay me like this? Then Bobrisky went on to say, when you kiss me and smooch me, did you give me any money? Are you mad? Your visit to Nigeria that you kissed me in Lagos, did you give me anything? I didn't ask you for money. No, because I am fucking okay. If not EFCC, you think I'm going to ask you for money? Does that mean it's because of EFCC is asking for money? I know. If not EFCC, do you think I'm going to ask you for money? You are typing all this message to someone help you post flyers without collecting anything from you. Wow. Go ahead and call me out. I will respond to you on IG. You know I am shameless and I don't care. You will get your money, I have your account. I don't want to look like someone that is ungrateful. But threatening me that you give me 24 hours is the height of it. I am waiting for you to post or call me out. So apparently the guy told him he was going to tell me. So these are the evidence I'm going to present. Additionally, after this, there's a second one and there's a third one.
Okay.
And I'll give everything.
Then
you paid that day. So immediately I wrote it, I just smiled. So he was like, but here's the thing, but we still didn't know that this guy recorded everything. But because Bobrisky, obviously I have the platform here. He understands how I roll. So he quickly did, and I said, no, it has to go there. Now, I need to verify something about Femi and but apparently right now some people are taking advantage of what is going on to target Femi and I would like to still say here now that I apologize to him for the length of his name. However, it's so sad that his name was inside our road. I could not believe it as well. That was why that was the past that even irritated me more, which I said I refuse to believe that I will be past and party to something like that that will make people take somebody out of prison and get a pardon. So yeah, I have the recording. I have one part. I can't give you guys the whole part, but I don't know if obviously the color is there. So I'll give you one part of it. Then maybe when another time I can give you the complete audio. Furthermore, with the lighter one, I have another one that he was telling me about. So I am very, very happy. The reason why I wanted it to be here, I wanted to really take a heading into life, so that you understand that Nigeria is not for the godfathers. Yes, Nigeria is not for the godfathers. I will not allow corruption. If I see a secret about you, or that I will tell. But I know you that say you put me outside, inside the house, especially you. I will not say anything about this because Nigeria has gone down. Now, we're calling people to actually do the right things because if you reach out to people have to say their case. I believe a lot of people say members are here. Everybody to say their say.
it's okay. You can start walking after the class. Hello.
Then after that, they ask Bobrisky's lawyer, why is he not here? What happened? His response.
I don't think this is the custom of this parliament to have legal representations in issues like this. So we are not going to accept legal representation. Like I said before, when we get to every stage, we address it. This is the time now for us to address the issue of the absence of Mr. Idris. Yeah. Is it? Okay, legal counsel, can you tell us why he is not here?
I want to apologize for the absence of compliance. But I also want to state something on record. The institution of this panel is not feeling fine. It's not feeling fine under the weather. Let me lay foundation. Please. Mr. Chairman, this is what they talk 10 years. Isn't it? No, let me lay foundation.
Let's hear him. Go straight to the point, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Okuneye is unavailable absence because of his ill health. But I came in from Lagos this morning to show respect to the committee. Now, the issue on ground.
It's okay.
Let me get foundation. No, it's not here. I think I'm here.
Dear colleagues, we have heard from Mr. Idris' lawyer that he is not feeling fine. I will now open the floor for our members to react.
You haven't seen drama. Calm down. Today was full of drama. All right? Let's go to those ones who represented the prison officials. The first one that was asked, is it true that you were bribed to provide accommodation for Idris outside the prison, the prison custody that I was supposed to be in? Despite the fact that Idris identified as a man in front of the judge prior to his conviction, he said he was a man. So he was sent to the male prison. But the prison yard, they have different explanation to what happened. The first one that spoke in his full regalia had this to say.
It's within the same range. It's very 200 meters from Kirikiri medium to maximum. So the offense charge was not on ground. It traveled with my express permission. And I was the command controller there. And once it's
the urgency. The other officer said for security reasons. You came, you said the urgency. Can you explain to this honorable?
In fact, right, let's hear this first. This is one we should hear first before that one.
But that is him assuming he knows your procedure. So can you, as a deputy controller general, outline
the deputy controllers are not already general.
Deputy controller, can you outline your procedures and steps when you are moving an inmate? Okay, sir. That's on one hand. Then on the other hand, sir, you said in your statement that you, after inspecting the inmates, you were conflicted whether a man or woman. So you moved him, you separated him. Those were your words. So you separated him. Was it in that same facility? Did you put him in a separate room, or do you have rooms for people where you're not sure what they are? So if you can answer that question for me, if you can answer that question for me, sir, and then also explain to me the process of detailed process of transferring an inmate. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. The transfer of an inmate from a facility to another facility issues from the state controller, the command controller. He will give his authorization in writing. And when you receive the authorization, you write your own transfer letter to the next facility where the inmate is going. There is 2 forms that we complete that will accompany the letter, Forms 5 and Forms 5A. Those 2 forms, you send it to state controller to sign it. When the state controller signs that Form 5 and 5A, you come to your facility and keep the Form 5 as the evidence of the movement, and use the Form 5A and your letter to carry the inmate to the next facility. When you get to the next facility, there's what we call body receipt. Body receipt will be issued to you by the records officer in that facility to accept that they receive this particular inmate. All those documents are submitted themselves. The documents are attached to the annexes that I submitted to the house. The operational manual is not there. We can submit that one later.
It's okay.
Sir, do you have it? Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have requested for 2 documents. The first one is the paperwork the day he was admitted, and the second one is a discharge letter the day he was moved from that medium security, and you have an admittance letter when you took him to the maximum.
I have all that, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm requesting for that as well. And officer, sir, now, don't you think the donation of those chairs would have influenced the movement of Mr. Okuneye from medium to maximum?
That was what influenced it, sir.
No, don't you think that would have influenced? Because when we talk about corruption, yes, that an inmate donating to the correctional facility. Now, I asked before, you said no, it's not a tradition, but yet you received it and you accepted it.
Sir, I want to tell you,
you wrote, hold on, sir. The chairs even came with his name imprinted on them, correct?
I was not the one that received it, sir. I told you that I traveled.
Sir, you are representing your institution.
Yes, but I will tell you.
Sir, are you representing your institution? You are old, sir. Be careful.
I know.
So if you are old, be careful what you say.
You remember that I said I went for exam on the 21st. After 21st visit, it was there that I was told that this year came, and it was.
Sir, are you speaking on your personal capacity, or you are speaking on behalf of your institution?
I'm speaking in my personal capacity as the.
So who is going to speak on behalf of your institution, sir? I hope you know why you are here.
Sorry, sir. My controller is here.
Okay. All right. So, well, let me finish the questions, Mr. Chairman. I've requested for those documents, and I wish they will be submitted. I want to give back. Thank you very much.
Like I said, we haven't even gotten to the juicy part yet. In case if you are in a hurry, please don't be. This is just to show to you the institutions in Nigeria. It is not just about, the known kind of corruption. This is you watching on a big screen in your room right now. Yeah, in that your living room or on your device. How rotten what the institutions are in that contraption. Now, let's go back to the one I wanted to share with you earlier. Here.
It's within the same range. It's barely 200 meters from Kirikiri.
Hang on. A day or two after Bobrisky was supposed to be in prison, he delivered a gift to Kirikiri, a gift of chairs, to say, okay, I'm donating chairs to Kirikiri. And that was considered as partly bribe that could have helped to further facilitate them moving him to another facility. But it wasn't a facility. It was another apartment outside. Now, moving him is a word to show that they actually moved him. No, it was never there. But listen.
It's within the same range. It's barely 200 meters from Kirikiri medium to maximum. So the offset charge was not on ground. He traveled with my express permission. And I was the command controller there. And once it's now I'm
the urgency. The other officer says for security reasons. You came, you said the urgency. Can you explain to this honorable committee? Define this urgency for us.
The urgency, with respect, Mr. Chair, the urgency is that there's a trending story on social media that have attracted the attention of the Controller General, and they have asked me to address that matter. So I had to effect the transfer, and the staff from
the trending. Okay, so the trending story was about the chairs.
The trending story was about the chairs
that were donated.
That were donated by his relations or friends who came the previous day, and the chairs in the difficult were not enough. Okay.
So now, whenever an officer on duty has to go for another course, is there nobody that usually takes over from him? Like an assistant?
There's no vacuum.
So in this case, why did it have to be you to come in and move Bobrisky with your official operational vehicle?
It has to be me because I got directives from my Controller General. And
in your own assessment, sir, you are an officer. Was there a particular threat at that moment that would have led to the breakdown of law and order? Or people coming in to break into your facility? Because you have still not defined the urgency for us. We want to know because your vehicles moved other inmates to court. You had to rush down there. On your way to that facility, did you meet some group of people trying to vandalize your facility? Because we are trying to understand this urgency. Just go ahead. You want to tell us?
Yes.
Okay.
The provision of a standing order allows the Controller Rule 150.
Because it was trending on social media, so they're making up different stories there, right? Or there is more. And listen to me. If you are watching this and somehow you're having itchy fingers that thinks we should go and talk about something else and leave this story, we will advise you to possibly go and watch something else now. All right? Or if you have that itchy finger that you continue to drop that nonsense comments in the comment section, that there are more important things to talk about, we should leave this and that, we may have to excuse you. If you can't excuse yourself, you can possibly go and watch something else now. Right? Thank you. Let's go back in there. Officials of the prison, continue.
Later, I'm a law-abiding citizen of Nigeria. If I have the later, I will not appear here on you. You see, wow, please. I would like you to help us. You are here to give us evidence. We are here to discuss with you and investigate this matter. What you think, what we think that you could have done wrong might also be wrong in the eyes of the law. So we need you to speak the truth to us. Finally, are you on suspension? The suspension was a press release. I am not under suspension. Order, please. I'm not under suspension.
Please. I think we should stop so far with him. We will get to the issue of suspension because we also have a press release here suspending about 3 or 4 of the officers
signed by the Secretary of Civil Defense Correction Fire Immigration Board, Jafaru Ahmed. That's the man that signed it. I think he's here too. Is the secretary here? No. We'll get to the issue of suspension and know the reason why they were suspended, and also look at the laws. Till now, even when you came back, you don't know who moved him.
No, I said my command controller.
Order.
They should. People need to understand our hierarchy. We have a hierarchy.
Yeah.
We have a controller general.
That's what I'm saying. Who moved him?
The state command controller is in charge of the whole of Lagos State. He can move into any facility.
Is it the state controller that moved him?
Yes, he's the state controller, sir.
Good. I hope you have cameras around the premises, CCTV around the premises of the prisons, the correctional facility.
Sir, medium. Yeah, no.
You don't have cameras.
In medium, we don't have.
Excuse me. Do you have cameras in the maximum?
In maximum, we have. In medium, we don't have.
Can you tender cameras from when he came into the maximum and also when he left the maximum?
I'm not the officer in charge, maximum.
No, the question is a general question because they are listening. Because we want your leadership to give us a footage of the CCTV of when Bobrisky came into the maximum and when he left the maximum. Secondly, like you have tendered the visitors rule book.
Yes, sir.
How they visited him in the medium. We also want to have the visitors. I hope you came with it. How he was visited, visitors register. How he was visited when he was in the maximum.
Sir, with all due respect, the officer in charge maximum is here. I think he can.
Yeah, he's coming aboard. Yes. So I'm done. Okay.
Done. No, I don't think so. Let's take it again. Are you suspended or not? The answer.
That the suspension was fake. I'm not saying it's a fake because it was paper. What paper? The press release signed by an authority of the Nigerian Correctional Service. Do you know the officer that signed your suspension? It's board secretary, sir. Do you know him? Is there an officer in charge of the board, particularly the one that signed that suspension? Sir, my controller general is here, sir. And I've not received any. Are you aware of any suspension, of any press release suspending you? I'm aware of the press release, like I said, suspending myself and my colleague in medium. Did you confirm if that suspension was valid or not? Like I said, sir. Yes or no? No, sir. Was there a response from the Nigerian Correctional Service that the suspension was invalid? To entitle you to continue to wear uniform and address Parliament? While you're on suspension, you are making a caricature of Parliament. And I won't sit here and listen to someone who's under suspension. Chairman, can I?
The suspension are fake. The minister that suspended him through the other supervisors or whatever they call them in the correctional facility, they fooled all of us on social media. The guy was like, no, it's on paper, but no. I think that really got to this woman, who is a member of the committee, that she had to say, what is this to your law? Nigeria is burning. Nigeria is burning. And here we are. We are discussing all these arguments on social media, arguments between this and that. To real long.
Come here that say that we will die. And we are finally spoken. You have finally spoken. And we are happy that you have spoken. Before now, we are supposed to have had all the necessary documents, even before we came here. I called the clerk now to ask them what documents do we as committee members have to work with before we even came here in the first place. We don't have any documents here to work with, and we are just collecting the documents here now. This is very, very untidy. And our institutions that are here, we need them to defend themselves. There are a lot of fake news in the air, and I'm also aware that Bobrisky has stood for $1 billion, claiming that the voice note is AI generated. Whatever it is, we don't have by the Bobrisky lawyer that is here. What is the reason why Bobrisky is not here? Is there any serious reason why he or she is not here? Is this good? So we need to know. So please, I want to appeal.
Order, please. Order, please.
So that we do not send a wrong signal. Already Bobrisky is claiming to be untouchable.
Yes. BDM is happy. They say Bobrisky is untouchable. He's claiming to be untouchable. He's claiming to be untouchable.
Put your services in very bad light. And this young man, even though his speech is very unbecoming, I do not support the way you have spoken here. But let this young man not use God to shine. We must do the proper thing. Bobrisky should be addressed, issues should be addressed properly. If the man says, I talked about Bobrisky, and the Bobrisky, please, I want him to be here so that you hear what I will say.
Bobrisky be brought here.
My dear colleagues.
So that means this is to be continued. It simply means Bobrisky Idris would have to have his day. The drama is not over. And according to that guy, that man that just spoke there, Bobrisky is showing to everybody that he is untouchable. A very dark man said, Bobrisky spoke about his godfather, and he doesn't know if the godfather was among those people in there. So he would have to be kind of careful of what he says until he's sure that the person he's addressing or he's talking about is there. Meanwhile, Nigeria, that is totally in a serious debt. The last time I kind of shared with us what is believed to be the Nigeria's current debt. In the last 16 months, Nigeria, Tifnumbu, has been unable to attract any real investment to Nigeria. And that is something that is so shocking to a lot of people. And when I say a lot of people, I'm talking about those who usually monitors the progress, economic progress of countries. Yes, you may have a criminal. There's always some potentials that always get people attracted to your country. Yeah, the foreign direct investment may not be this, but there will always be foreign direct investment. But what a lot of people are so surprised of is that in the last 16 months of Tifnumbu in charge of Nigeria, they have been able to attract a mere $100 million. Like, what the hell? Nobody wanted to do business with Nigeria, except for those who want to borrow them money, including those who want to buy their cheap bond. You see, every time they talk about Nigeria bond, being oversubscribed. Bond is a cheap money that is backed with future oil prospects. Let me explain that to you in a layman language, okay? Whenever Nigeria says we want to raise money from the bond market, it is not because Nigeria has anything to offer than oil, but it's a cheap, sort of a cheap distance, right? Nigeria will say they are looking for people to gift them $500 million. So everybody that will hear that in the global market, they will ask, for how long? I say, no, 6 months or 1 year. 1 year. So we'll give you 10% interest. So what that means is free cash from everyone, okay? And that $500 million, they can even oversubscribe it by even giving them up to $700 million. Now, let's say you have $10,000 to buy part of that bond, and they are giving you 20% interest, like free money. No investment should give you 20% interest. Well, you see these criminals in Nigeria, they are offering ridiculous interest because the future oil sales, oil prospects in Nigeria, will be used to pay those people. So from the source, if Nigeria make money from crude oil sale, the money won't come to Nigeria. The money goes straight to, if you put 10,000, I put $1 million. So how much is 20% of $1 million? $200,000. You don't have to do anything. It's a free, cheap money. Politicians want money. You give them $1 million. In 12 months' time, guarantee, you get your 1 million. You get extra 200,000. So what they usually do then is, most of them that have looted money from Nigeria, they will subscribe to this bond. Maybe not you and me, because me, I don't get 10,000. I don't even get $5,000 to buy their bond. Because they know that from December, if I buy it in January and I give them that 1 million, everybody, the money will go, they will give the cash to Central Bank of Nigeria. Okay? It may be like $500 million. They will have the $500 million cash within a week. The money is there. Now, people that organize the sale, they will now wait till November. By November, every oil sold in Nigeria, the money will come back to you again. The money will go to a special place, the hand. And they will say, okay, we don't give you $500 million. So what is 20% of a $500 million? That's going to be probably like 200 million, no, maybe $150 million interest. They don't sell you anything. No. They don't do any business with you. They just provided cash for your criminal politicians. And immediately that Kadobi, Tiflumbu and the rest of them, once the money is in, they loot the money. So by December, January, by November, December, all the money sold, all the crude oil sold, instead of the money coming to you, it goes straight to these people that organize the money and give it to them. And me, I don't have to do anything all year round. For example, if I'm a millionaire now and I have like $2 million, 10%, that's a $300,000, $200,000 free cash. So Tifnumbu and his gang, they have been selling bond, and they are they are appointee in the NNPC. They have no choice because the money doesn't even come to them. I say, okay, the money don't come to you. Now pay us. No, it won't come to you at all. It goes straight to the lender. Then what are they doing with the money, the bond they collected? They are funding the budget. Funding the budget that has already been padded budget, where most of the money goes straight into the pockets of your lawmakers, the politicians who have inserted fake projects into your budget. The money won't come and build your roads. The money won't go and build your schools. The money won't build your industries. It won't improve your electricity. It will not do nothing. It's just a free, quick cash. These guys have nothing to lose. For Bokwari, they said one of the problems facing Nigeria today is that they may be telling you that you are oil producing country. High right. Bokwari has used the future oil exploration in Nigeria as collateral for loans it took and expended, stolen. The effect of all that loan that it took, and the repayment of that is totally on you, which according to Tifnumbu and gang is the reasons why they don't have money to run Nigeria. So they have to borrow more. And they will use every means, all means, to borrow more. And as the money comes in, they will write how to spend it. Stuffs like buying private jets, building presidential palaces, paying extra code on their travels. And once they run out of cash, they go somewhere again and be like, what should we do? What should we do? Let us go and borrow again. The finance minister in Nigeria is also the coordinating minister of economy, Wale Edun. So the last time they went to America, they started begging the United Nations for debt forgiveness. According to them, if they don't forgive their debt, there is no way out. This poverty shall be permanent. But here is the supposed minister of foreign affairs, Tagat, telling Sheung on channels that Nigeria is not even one of the countries that have problems with borrowing. Okay, Nigeria can still borrow as much as possible. Borrow for what? Borrow to spend. They have been unable to attract real investors. They said Coca-Cola want to invest $1 billion. They said that the G7 in India, they want to invest $10 billion. They said these other people have pledged their $20 billion. Shingbai has not been invested in Nigeria. That could have made any meaningful impact other than what you have been reading in their media that has never translated to any economic improvement or any economic contribution. You can use propaganda to jabber, like you can grab it or snatch it and run with it. When it comes to running the country, you are going to need more than propaganda. In what way in this world is the Minister of Foreign Affairs talking about economy? Listen to him.
So, Minister, if debt forgiveness is part of our agenda as a nation, just like the Obasanjo government was very successful, so I look at the nations that Nigeria is owing, 5 of them, which makes up approximately 593, almost 600 million US dollars that Nigeria has gotten in loan. China is leading the pack with about $4 billion that we are owing that country. Are we talking to China for some kind of debt forgiveness if we went to the global stage for debt forgiveness?
That is not what we're discussing with China. And when it comes to the issue of debt, look at the debt to GDP ratio even of Nigeria. So we're not even amongst the critically indebted nations when they talk about debt. When we talk about debt of developing countries, Nigeria is not in that sort of a precarious situation. In fact, as a matter of fact, China is prepared to lend more. China is prepared to invest more in Nigeria in terms of infrastructure development and other things. So that is not, but you see, what you're failing to take into consideration is when we talk about debt forgiveness, we're not necessarily referring to ourselves. Nigeria is considered to be a leading nation, not just on the African continent, but in the global south. So when we speak on behalf of Africa, we speak on behalf of developing nations, we speak on behalf of the global south. And we speak as the largest black nation on the planet. So that you have to bear that in mind.
Absolutely. Eden looked at the President Bola Tinubu's speech at the 78th his address to the General Assembly, the 78th session. And now you look at the speech of the Vice President. There are almost a repeat and a copy and paste proposals from those two speeches of Nigeria's presentation to the UN General Assembly. For example, debt forgiveness. It was one of the things that President Bola Tinubu canvassed for.
But it's not copy and paste.
No. I mean, not in that sense. I'm not saying it literally word for word, but I know that over the years, several governments in this country had canvassed for similar things. They are gone for asking for a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. They've asked for regional peace within the African sub-region or West Africa or on the continent. Illicit financial flows and how the wealthiest nations can help to ensure that those who are reaping the nations of Africa off are not benefiting outside of the continent. These are some of the issues. But the question will be, which of these have as Nigeria be able to benefit from? Debt forgiveness, did we benefit from it? Do we have it? We
benefited from debt forgiveness.
Permanent seats on the Security Council, do we have it?
Under President Obasanjo, we benefited from debt forgiveness. Have you forgotten?
No, I'm saying from President Tinubu, from last year, and now we're talking about this year's benefit. So are any of our proposals been listened to? Has anything been granted?
It's a process. It's not an event. It's not just an event. It's a process. It takes time. But you have to be there. You have to be present. And then these things happen. They don't happen overnight. We're talking about the entire planet taking a decision, and then it cascades down, and then you start feeling the effect. So the effect that you felt when the last time we had debt forgiveness did not just happen with one anger. That's just it. And if you're talking about even health, global health, pandemics, and all of that, and the fact that we are now talking about producing our own vaccines after what had happened during the COVID pandemic, these are things that have palpable results that you can see, but don't expect that as soon as anger wraps up, that's it. The entire debt of the global south.
But we asked for it last year. That's the point I'm making. That some of these proposals are repetitive, do we have a progress? Do we have it?
Even in my submission, I alluded to the progress that has been made. Last year, when President Tinubu talked about the reform of the United Nations Security Council, he was one of few voices that was to lead on that. This year, the very opening, President Lula talked about it. Before anger even started, a few days before the anger convened, Linda Thomas Greenfield, the permanent representative of the United Nations, said they are in support of African countries getting 2 seats in the United Nations Security Council. The U.S. was not talking about anybody getting additional seats the year before. So you can see that there's been a shift in their position. And it is the pressure that countries such as Nigeria put on the global stage and bilaterally on these countries that makes them shift. So we are getting results.
So, there are those who fear.
Want to keep the people hungry and angry. But you say, be patient. There is no free beer parlor anymore.
Since when I born, you never seen this kind of abuse before. Turubu, I must abuse you. Turubu, number 1, Ogun Okiyopa. Turubu number 2, Ogun Okiyoma. Turubu number 3, Ogun Okiyo your children. Turubu number 4, Ogun go bury all your family. Turubu is a god to you. A god to you. Turubu is a god to you. And Wausa.
I'm highly disappointed of Nigerian government because the Nigerian government were highly disappointed in them due to foreseen circumstances. Definitely, I'm one of those people approving. People should die in coronavirus is more better than people should die in hungers. Hunger kills more than coronavirus because some people are less privileged. Due to circumstances that I said it, some people are less privileged, which they are based on daily pay, which are not even based on salaries. But our government thinks that the lockdown is the best solution to coronavirus, and proving it to an extent and to the levels of alacrity that if someone die in coronavirus, it's more efficient to die in hunger, because some people will be at indoor. There's no a way to make our own life.
This is not the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know. Since 1992, when I encounter you, I don't think this is the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know. That calls me his friend, and I call him my friend, and calls me my son, and I call him my father. This is not the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know.
Anarchy loans.
In the next 2 hours, 40 minutes, Nigeria will be 64 years old. A 64-year-old crippled giant, the giant of Africa, and being led by a mentally disabled Koolu, and a country supposedly of 200 million people whose destiny is in the hand of this man.
All classes, you know what they call F level? When you get failure in all the subjects that you take. F9, F8, F9, F8, FF, double F. That is his name.
All classes of failure. Also, in another 8 hours to 1, 2, 3. Well, in another 10 hours, they will be playing a video, a recorded video of Tifnumbu, where he is going to tell you, okay, that I know you are suffering. I know you are hungry. There is no other way.
The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
Charade!
Let the poor breathe. Don't suffocate them. We have that responsibility.
But that's not true. Right now, the poor are gasping for breath. Hunger has finished the supposed people that were standing on the mandate. Standing on the mandate is no longer anything you see commonly anywhere anymore. Majority of them have become crippled. Hunger is nobody's mate. At least if you don't understand what that means, probably you are in that privileged position who doesn't understand hunger. Tomorrow is also a day set aside by the Nigerians who want to show to Tifnumbu that he has to do something, and they call it Fearless in October. Sometimes in August 1 to 10, there was what was labeled End Bad Governance in Nigeria. At the end of it, Tifnumbu's government nonchalantly ignored these people after killing more than 100 of them. No consequences, no nothing. But Charade is back in Nigeria to lead it this time around. And they have a different name for it. Fearless in October. We wish them well. According to this comrade, except if Tifnumbu reverses some of these policies that have made life impossible for a lot of you. We are talking about policies like subsidy was gone, electricity subsidy, education subsidy, and few of the subsidies that were there, that were like make life a little bit more manageable for you, that are now gone, that you are now on your own. So from tomorrow, they expect you that says you are tired, you are hungry, they expect you to be on the streets. From tomorrow, not just tomorrow, from tomorrow. I don't think I'm seeing the sign that you are going to be on the streets. Do you?
The demand. So all those our demand, we don't they. We even they ask for diaspora voting. We say me they scrap Senate. We say me they cost down the cost of governance. We say me they renationalize all the assets where they don't sell, give themselves. All the assets where they sell, give themselves now. Now it make us they buy electricity expensive, buy fuel expensive, buy food expensive. No more factories, nothing. They don't destroy everything by selling it to themselves. So part of our demand say, we can renationalize those things, collect them back. So if they no go agree on the first, we come out on the second. If they no go agree on the second, we go, they come out, they go. Now then go tire. Because we plenty pass them. We plenty pass police, we plenty pass army. And make a shock now. Even army and police, they are facing one of the hardest punches of this regime because their salary is nothing to write home about. Their barrack, it be like where dead body they day everywhere. So even them they feel am, everybody they feel am. So if you know say they feel am, stop agonizing and complaining. Come out, come and join us on October 1st, 7 a.m. Nationwide, it will be 7 a.m. All the flyers are posted. Just check hashtag End Bad Governance in Nigeria. Or you check hashtag Fearless in October. If you don't check those hashtags, you go see the flyer and the demands of all the whole action we want to do. You go see everything we want. You go see venue, you go see time. So please just go online, search hashtag End Bad Governance in Nigeria or hashtag Fearless in October, because we will be fearless and we are ready. We are ready, and I know say on ourselves Nigerians know they carry last, and as it be so, all of us go march that day. We go show them say we know be mugu and we know the fear peacefully.
Okay, peacefully. All right. So the Nigerian policemen that he just referred to, as we speak, they have all washed their uniforms, starched their uniforms, and some of them will be given new boots. And tomorrow, you are likely going to see some of the uniformed men in some uniforms that you have never seen before. It is always like that. But the problem is that majority of Nigerians have become so exhausted. They do not have the strength, except they prove us wrong tomorrow. There is no cohesion. There is no collaboration. There is almost no bite in Nigerians anymore to fight these guys. Okay? And they know it. The last time that they felt like it was going to be really shocking, it only took place in northern Nigeria. Nigerians are more divided now. Others, many are saying, no, we don't want peaceful protest, we want revolution. And the ones that want revolution are not joining the ones that want protest. I don't understand. Everybody is complaining of the hardship. Everyone is affected by all of this. But the criminal politicians in Nigeria are very, very certain that una no get cohesion, una no get, especially now that Charade is back and is the one leading this. There are those of you that believes that if Charade is involved, you're not going to be part of it. And they do know. There are some of you who believes that Charade is working for Tifnumbu, so therefore you are not going to join. And so many other people who have given different kind of excuses and all that. And the criminals knows. So everyone now is advising people to give Tifnumbu time. Same people that told you to give Bukwari time for 8 solid years. 8 years. And Bukwari right now is in London with the other genocidist. You know one thing about these two guys? They did Nigeria dirty. You see the one on the left, his name is Yakubu Gowon. A 30-year-old man that took over Nigeria in 1966 and led Nigeria to a genocidal war in 1967. And before he started the war, this man, who was single at it, well, he wasn't married at the time, his girlfriend, who happened to be from Delta, today's place Delta State. This man, as a young man, who could have prevented the massacre that took place at the time, eventually led Nigeria to that murderous history, bloody history. Yakubu Gowon, a very selfish man, that went to a meeting in Aburi, in Ghana. The meeting that could have given Nigeria a system called confederation. The one that would have allowed the eastern part of Nigeria to continue to govern themselves as they wanted to after the program against the Igbos at the time. So those who were supposed to be his own clansmen, as well as the Fulani military officers, who had a bit of stone to grind with the Igbos because they believed that the Igbos were dominating them. The Igbos that invested so much in education and became, like majority in the Secretariat studies, who filled most of the Secretariat government buildings, private buildings and all that, offering Secretariat Secretariat expertise at the time. That became the Igbos' undoing. That when the program against them started, it couldn't protect them. And the only place the Igbos were safe was eastern part of Nigeria, their land. So in order to continue to be safe in their land, Ojukwu, who happened to be the military officer of that region at the time, after Gowon took over the government, after Danjuma, Theophilus Danjuma, killed the supposed head of state, Agunyi Rossi, at the time, in Ibadan. Right, they were like, no, we won't subscribe to an independent, autonomous region for the Igbos in this same Nigeria. So they told him to tear apart that agreement that could have prevented the lives of millions of people and possibly could have saved us this degenerated contraption called Nigeria today. Yakubu Gowon was from the middle belt part of Nigeria, and the youngest head of state ever at the time, at the age of maybe 30 or 31. But Yakubu Gowon had a girlfriend. He had to delay the war for an extra few months until he was able to get his own girlfriend, who happened to be from today's place at Delta State, that fell under, at the time, the eastern region of Nigeria. So, because of his own selfishness, right? Until he got his own girlfriend out of that place, he didn't give the order for the killings that followed, the program, the genocide that followed. Today, Yakubu Gowon is a very old man, very, very old man, right? Whose people have also fell under the bullets of the Fulani terrorists and other jihadists who have been doing everything they can to take over the middle belt part of Nigeria. His people have been kidnapped. His people have been chased out of their farms. His people have been killed repeatedly, and he's been unable to do anything. His people have been slaughtered repeatedly by the people of that Maiyegun on his right. I mean, on the on your right on the screen. Mumumadu Bokuwari, Omo Baba Onikpepeye from Niger. That one on the right is not also a Nigerian. He's from Niger Republic. His papa is from Niger Republic. An old man who came to sell Kwekpeye in what is today's Katsina State. Now, this man, coming from the Fulani scribe, right, who participated in what they call the retaliatory war. It's like a retaliation against the Igbos. At the time, those who killed their Sadauno, they called that the Igbo coup. The coup that killed Sadauno, killed other political figures, blamed on the Igbos, even though it wasn't the Igbo coup. So keeping that revenge in his heart, hateful man, a bloody, hateful man, very young as well, they participated in a genocide against the Igbos. He was later rewarded as the head of state of Nigeria. And he also came back again 30 years after he was removed as the military head of state to come and become a civilian president of Nigeria. Mumumadu Bokuwari reignited that same Cold War against the Igbo when he boldly told all of us that the Igbos were just dot in a circle. Dot in a circle that could be wiped off and nobody would see them as a civilian president. And he kept it to his word. Today, the two of them are old, worn out, expired, more or less like a relic of themselves. And in Nigeria, they did so well, right, in their mind to keep together for God knows whose benefits, to whose benefit. That contraption is now the poverty capital of the world, where we are under the siege of different kind of terror group who just want to kill us. The two of them are no longer in Nigeria today because the Nigeria they bequeath to the people who are now running it is now a country that does not have any health care, does not have any security. They do not feel safe. In fact, at a point, they had to smuggle the guy on the right, Mumadu Bokuwari, out of Katsina State because the belief was that the terrorists were closing in to Daura. Now he is in the UK receiving medical treatment, watching Nigeria burn from far when they handed it over to Koolu, the man that won't share his idea with us so that some people won't steal that idea. I'm talking about the Tifnumbu.
I don't read social media. I don't want to sit here and reveal all my strategy. I am the first speaker among the three of us running. So they will spy on me. So you will have a limited answer here today. Another day you can bring me back. But that's part of what I do.
And that contraption is falling apart. And they are watching from far as we speak. So Nigeria will be 64 tomorrow. And it is just like an overgrown baby at 64 that still will never be an adult, or less of being a man. A contraption they are still keeping together just for their own little benefit. The one that some of you will be singing the national anthem tomorrow, Nigeria, you hail thee, as proud Nigerian or proud Nigerians, right? It is falling apart. And whatever it is that they told you about this contraption, we will continue to remind you of what a lie it is. And if you love that contraption, the ideal thing is to break it up and save lives. In Rivers State, where you have different characters who had done their political space today, I think it was 2 days ago, when Wike was there to celebrate himself, make himself feel good. And there were many other people there with him. His political anger on, followers you call them, who were there to kiss the ring and bend the knees. Yesterday, it was the turn of the Fubaras. I'm talking about the Fubaras men. They are also mostly the political thugs, economic saboteurs, miscreants. They call them militants. I call them economic terrorists because they have all you can attribute to terrorists. You just need them on your side. When you are running a state in Nigeria, if they are not on your side, they can terrorize the entire place for you, make it ungovernable. So to Fubara, he has some of this guy on his side because he is the one that is holding the string to the pulse of that state. So a court, hang on, I think it was on Friday, a court ruled that the application to stop the local government elections in that state was pretty much illegal. Where the weakest men went to court to stop the conduct of the local government election in the place. Prior to that, where the Wike is believed to have hijacked, I don't know if that's the right word, because he always talk about his structure, and he said the reason why he's having problem with Fubara was because Fubara was destroying the political structure that brought him to power by not agreeing and by not fulfilling the agreement they had. And what was the agreement? Fubara would be governor, and indeed they rigged him and got him to be the governor, right? It was to be parting with 30% of the all revenue that accrued to the states, whether from Abuja, whether it is IGRO or any other means that they are making money as river states. 30% of that money will go to Wike, and in return, he will have a very peaceful reign as governor. And Wike will use the money to take care of all the people managing the structure. Yeah. But Fubara, after 3 months of becoming governor, stopped giving him that money. He said it was too much. In fact, it didn't even say it was too much. He completely stopped it with no explanation. And Wike unleashed his structure on him. But they have not really been able to move a needle in the sack. However, the same structure cannot really be used by Fubara. They were still sort of populated by people loyal to Wike. So they did all they could to see if they could get up from him. It seems impossible. So what did they do? They have decided to move to another political party and then build his own political structure through that. So starting with the local government elections. They don't conduct local government elections per se in Nigeria. They just write the names. Now, that's going to be the first baptismal of fire between Wike and the Godfather and the seamless Fubara, the Godson. The battle of the wit between them, when Fubara can, for the first time, put his own guys in charge, every local government area in the states, and legitimize them. So when the Wike's men went to court, because by law, they said, you must conduct local government elections if you want to collect local government allocation. So Fubara would need his own men to be verified as elected officials so that he can continue to collect the local government allocation. Where Wike on the other side went to court to stop the conduct of the elections so that they can stop the payment of local government allocation to the states. All this are just, political fight between supposed political friends and family that looted the state for 8 straight years until trailer, I've been a locomotive train, passed through their midst and separated them. So the court ruled that nobody should stop a local government election that is scheduled to take place. So now the die is cast. Here is one of those foot soldiers that are now on the side of Fubara. As Abuja is his name, he has a message for Werewike. Because by the 5th of October, which is this coming Saturday, River State or RISIEC, is that what you call them? RISIEC, River State's Electoral Commission, like the ones that will conduct the local government elections, they would conduct a local government election. And the state that was supposed to be a PDP state will become APP or so states from Saturday. And the structure that Werewike has been bragging about will cease from that day. But can it actually cease? Listen to this.
Abuja, where they declare wanted, so they support sin. And I hear what in Dokamati talk. Say, Wike, if we do you wrong, sorry, we know the perfect. Now you give us sin and no going back. The last bus stop is sin. That's why Doka say, if we do you wrong, sorry. You don't go continue to control us. They press us like remote. We know they're perfect. Leave sin for us. Now me the Igbo one. The Ogribo one of Niger Delta. I deal with sin 100%. No bribe they shake up. No bribe. Bribe don't try come, but you know go fit shake up. Make I tell you one story. You know why they use pidgin? So even though who no break pencil go hear me. Even though who no break Bible go do it, hear me. Make una see. He see sin, he go there 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. The other one again will start another 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. Unless Nasi say he no one go again. I happy say he say no game, Martin go go. He don't like him, no like him, he go go there. Sin, now our blood. Now we can carry sin give us. Because he tell us say enough is what? Enough. How you gonna press me like remote? Ping pong, ping pong. Even girlfriend when you get, if you control her like that. Wife when you get, if you control her. Wicked. They are there. Make nobody do it in worry anybody. For me, Sim is the best governor. Not be to they cause trouble for River State. They work with some uniform people, they cause problem. They arrest innocent people, they frame them up. They declare me wanted, what did I do? I tell the CP, tell them, show the thing what I do. Shall say the former chairman make them come out here. They don't come out. Now their papa house. Now their mama house. Still remain #1 citizen. If she tell us say make we do it, we follow do it. See naga aiso anazo ngo fubara naga aiso anazo ngo. That's so it is. You go follow the man with the Abuja. He sabi something at all. You won't hustle, you go hustle for Abuja. Make all of us hustle with who? Sing fubara. Now you #1 citizen.
Che, help us, oh, help us. There is God, oh. There is God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh. God should descend, oh, today God will descend here. Nigerian women will not cry in vain.
Amen. And in that same breath, they shared the supposed humble beginning of Wirewike, where the dame Patience was the one who vowed for this same Wirewike before he became their governor at the time. It's an old video.
So today, I have sent you back to your people. I have handed you over to your people, Rivers people, and especially to our father that is here, who has mentored all of us, who has brought all of us. And we pray God Almighty to keep him alive, to reap the fruit of his labor. So to Wike, I hand you over to your father.
We don't swear for all of them now. We can consider all of these people now as his enemies. And he is now the Lord of River State politics. And some of them now believes that Fubara is Wirewike's scammer after all they did for him and what he paid them back with. But to Wirewike, nobody made me. Nobody made me. Like that. So we'll see how that goes, by the way. Again, even though the Edo election has come and gone, there are still people that believes that Laye is not over. So we saw them on the street yesterday, weekend, protesting the election and saying that APC and the new guys, Okpebolo and his godfather, Oshiomole Adamu, they will take charge of the entire state. Even though some of them are already taking the motor park, garages, markets as we speak. They can't wait till November. But these ones are like, it's not going to happen. Right. Koolu temper. Anyway, so I got a video where this is just like a breath of fresh air, okay? If you haven't seen Obi in a while, you probably were wondering what is he up to, right? He was in Hungary. Was he Hungary? It wasn't in Nigeria yesterday. I don't know if he's back. However, before that, he was saying to be given this standing ovation, rousing welcome in one media house right there in Lagos. So he was captured. Then he gave a speech there too. Please listen and watch.
So in other words, of advice for you as journalists, it will be a case of you need to hear from all our politicians. They must do what is necessary to protect the fourth estate of the realm. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you very much. Members of the fourth estate of the realm, we welcome you. So please, one word of advice for journalists in Nigeria.
Well, let me start by most sincerely thanking all of you for your contribution in building a better and a new Nigeria as possible. I know that as young people, you often at times ask yourself, what we're doing, is it worth it? But I can tell you, it is worth all the effort, and I urge you to continue. We can't build this country unless all of us make sacrifice and contribute in our own little way. And the fourth estate is very critical because your voice, you are the voice of the voiceless. You are contributing, exposing the ills all of us politicians are doing, because we are the problem. Don't think that anybody who is the problem. The problem of Nigeria is not the air we breathe, it's not the food, it's not our young people who are one of the most entrepreneurial, energetic people you can imagine all over the world. The problem of Nigeria is leadership, the politicians. And you have to help us to overcome that. You have to help us to overcome issues we have in this country, which are every day. Whenever you hear us politicians talk about tribe and religion, it's because we don't have anything to show for our competence and our capability. So we try to replace it by talking about tribe. No tribe buys bread cheaper in this country. No tribe buys garri cheaper. And no religion buys bread cheaper. I challenge people in Kano and say, show me where Muslims buy cheaper. So we Christians can go there and buy bread.
So, talking about the journalists, in the last 16 months alone, these are the journalists that Tifnumbu's regime has incarcerated, locked up, one time or another. You have a Madu Onora. You have Daniel Ojuku. You have Shegun Olatunji. You have Dele Fason. You have Karashi Ania Golu. You have Adisa Jaji Aziz. You have Aliu Aya Tulai. And on. You have Godwin. You have Precious Eze. You have Marcos Fatumole. You have Achadu Gabriel Idibia. And on are journalists that this regime has either arrested, jailed without trial, accosted as they enter Nigeria from wherever trip they're coming from. It is not democracy. It is militocracy. So yeah, people should keep talking and keep exposing them, even though your job as journalists was supposed to be easier in a democracy. It is now becoming the life and death thing under the supposed progressives, the APC. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this segment on this on tonight's program. Now I'm going to open the line. Okay, we've not had a phone in about 2 days. So if you do have one or two things to say or add to what we have already shared, this is going to be your turn and your shot. But first, I am going to go on a short break. When I come back, we shall take calls. And if you have to go, please. We were over 2,500 of us on YouTube earlier. We are still currently over 2,000 on YouTube as we speak. And we only have just about 500 of us who have actually liked the broadcast. If you really have to go, like the broadcast, please. And if you have means of supporting my platform, buy me a cup of coffee. The link to do that is right there in the comments. Use it. Everyone else, grab your phone and let's talk. I'll be back in a minute or two.
You get it? Okay. If you don't get it, forget about it.
I have a first caller on the line.
Yes, sir. Hello, Chief Maiyegun himself.
Hello, sir. How are you? The nice one.
I'm good. I'm good. It's Wilson from Italy.
Thank you so much, Wilson. Calling in from Italy, sir.
Maiyegun, I just want to use this opportunity to thank you very much for eye-opening that you have been doing to humankind of Nigerian people who refuse not to understand and who refuse not to die. Fela and Nicola Bokuti have said this thing. My people fear too much. They fear for freedom. They fear to fight for freedom. They fear to fight for food. They fear for everything. Now, these criminals have used tribal sentiments to destroy them, finish. You have been saying this, none of them want to. Could you imagine, till today, they are selling fuel some area, 1,000 something. People are still buying. People are still buying.
You know
if it
that
happens
in Akwa Ibom, they sell a liter of petrol for as much as 2,500 naira per liter. And guess what? To make it worse, there's barely maybe 2 filling stations in the entire state at some point. It is that bad. So
okay. You see, then and even self at it is they are still buying. People are still telling you, carry on, go on, just give them time. Maiyegun, you see, you get what you read out now about the journalists that they're being captured or being jailed or whatever they have done to them. I am not pitying them, to be honest with you. I am not pitying them because they are major. I'm not sorry for them because they are the major part of the problem. Journalists, all the old journalists in Nigeria, or even what they say, the phrase they say, journalists is the eye watch of the government. What are they doing? So these criminals have killed all the investigating journalism. They have killed them. Nobody is willing to sacrifice apart from what you are doing now. Look at now, VDM have done something. Everybody want to praise him. This has been happening. Is it today we know that people have not been going to prison? You want me to name millions of people that have been? When I was in Nigeria, that was in 90s. I had a man, two friends. 2 of their kids now have argument. One just pushed the other one. He fell down and died. And that one that the one that killed his son is a transporter. He had money. And the one that the son that killed the other friend is a prison warder, is a control in the Enugu prison. Do you know what happened? That man exchanged his son. His son went to South Africa and be living there. Somebody else that all these criminal police will arrest, they will just use them to replace. This is a true life story. I'm not telling you that somebody told me. A true life story. They now send this guy to South Africa. This guy was in South Africa. So this man, because he had money, is a respected and evil man. Now he now had that boy that was supposed to be in prison is in South Africa. He now sent his own people from Nigeria and paid them. They went there and killed that guy, and unalived that guy.
Wow.
Then the matter closed.
Do you know what? When he found out, Abi?
Yes, man, as means of revenge when he found out. And you know that man that the son they went to South Africa unalive. You know, you can't tell people that my son is dead because already Nigerian government have given him a death sentence. So the man quietly went to South Africa and picked his son and buried him quietly. Nobody even hear about it. Can you imagine? So it's not today. So let people stop pretending that Peter Obi came and told us that all the establishment of Nigeria is gone. No one is remaining. There's no any establishment of Nigerian government that does not have corruption. Corruption that smelling one. Look, just go any angle. Leave all of them that is pretending that they are holy. Is it not on Sunday that another criminal of all these pastors did their own? They gave him upon all this Rolls Royce, upon all this crisis, upon all this hunger, where Nigeria have turned to the poverty capital of the world. Upon all this hunger, the other pastor dash to 2 Rolls Royce when people are hungry, when they cannot provide food for their members. Is that you see how
the
God?
Only country in the world where you will see is the poverty capital of the world, right? Then you have billionaires.
Yes,
billionaires.
Yes,
where are they making the billions from?
Out of these people, they are drying their blood. They are sniffing their blood out of them, saying they are making money. Okay, you can ask yourself, what are they preaching to these people? If really the way they are preaching, if really there is God, what are they preaching to these people? If really there's God, because I'm coming. If really there's God, Nigeria should wake up. There's nothing left anymore. These people are trying to sniff life out of you. This is what they are doing. There's no joke. I'm asking all Nigerians, Before tomorrow morning, if you have brother, you that is listening to my voice and listening to Maiyegun's voice, if you know this is your last chance, get these people before they get you. Go out there and make sure. They did it in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, do you know what happened? Let me use this opportunity and see tell Nigeria. Do you know what happened? They did the election. Sri Lanka has been ruling by one family. After uncle, cousin, after cousin or father, they've been turning the goalposts. Yes, they've been turning the goalposts. They will do election, they do abracata like the one they did in Nigeria. Somebody who said that they don't want to expose his idea, make them no copy his idea. They did the same election. As they did the election, those family, they took over after IMF give them their condition before they go borrow their money. Now they begin tight as usual. This one, that's why I am ashamed of the youth. You know, say Buhari tell the youth they are lazy youth. Really, they are lazy. Do you know what these people do? They increase the school fees of the university. These people came out 18 months of 18 months.
That was the
yes,
end
18,
of those. I remember.
Yes, no, 18 months of protest. Do you know what they did? The 18 days of protest, these people brought out police. Police kill about, I don't know about how many number, about 300 or something. They kill. The police people run out of patience. They brought out military. Do you know what the military did? They never touch anybody. The military stand. The people are marching direct to the presidential palace that this man they must come down. Do you know that these people run away? They negotiated their way with the military. The military bring helicopter for them to leave for them to leave. Even the food they were eating, even some money, you see that they left the place in a hurry. They now negotiate. They went to military. The military now negotiated for them to go and seek asylum for another country. That is why I think it's 3 days ago that they inaugurated a new president like Peter Obi, who said that they will go back into production. That the problem is that their consumption, they will go back to production. That is the man that in 3 days ago in Colombo, that is where they sweared him in. I don't know what is happening in Nigeria. Yes, I don't know what is happening in Nigeria that people will still tell you, I'm from your tribe. I think Peter Obi told you that, show me where your tribe people are buying bread cheap so that we can. So they're nothing. So all of us is in this mess. It's high time. Look at what they did in Edo. You see the abracadabra there. Somebody, because even the king, it's
because of our time, okay? So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bless you.
Wilson there from Italy. I have
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is Jefferson from Texas. How you doing, man?
I am very well, right? I kept mixing it up, say Jefferson is from Texas or is he from New York? I'm glad you mentioned that right now. I won't forget again.
Oh, Texas.
How are you doing
Texas.
today? I mean, this evening, sir.
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. In fact, I'm watching all the Very Dark Man, the Probrisky, all the court case, the Momu Jumbo.
All those information all together out there, Jefferson. Some people feels like it's not worth it. No. It's more than worth it.
It is worth it to expose of them, yes.
We need to see how rotten it is for real. So that in our mind, we can know that, I knew it's rotten, but I didn't know it's this rotten. Jefferson.
Yeah, so, basically it is good that it happened. But my fear is this. In as much as he has exposed these guys now, there's this tendency of the armed forces trying to play fast one with the politicians to say, say you won't call, if the force say be hero, be okay, we'll go show you. They will try to corner him. So my prayer is that may God protect him and may he be safe too. Almost the same thing. I'm praying for his safety, the same way I pray for the safety of this lady who was in the country before doing NSAS. But thank God she escaped. I've forgotten that name. But she's a star. No, is this I've forgotten that name,
DJ Switch. Or which one?
Yes, DJ Switch. When they expose key things, that is when the government will say, this guy, they are exposing too much, and then they will now go and start striking and start attacking. I'm really happy at discussing this thing because at the end of the day, And then plus the video you brought about be talking about, oh, where are they buying food cheap and all that. Coupled with what the last caller said, it's high time we will continue to push and push and push. We'll continue to push. It might look like we don't have any power, but we continue to. Yeah, so, and again, if there's a way a petition can happen where all Nigerians, meaningful Nigerians, can write a very powerful petition that everything that has been borrowed from Nigeria by the so-called politicians with pen and paper, they will be the ones to pay back, not we Nigerians, because we did not send them. When they were elected into office, they used all their sirens, they used all their political talks, they did all manner of things and silenced we, the citizens. But when they get into the office, they decide that they can sign a couple of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, billions of naira, trillions of naira, sign all manner of things without asking us if it is good for us or not. In other countries, they don't just sign money like that. They don't just borrow money. I believe they have a round table before that is happening. But here in Nigeria, they just go ahead, they borrow money.
So and when they borrow, it is same in that contraption too, right? But the problem is that all important institutions have been hijacked. Okay, for example, there is no, it is illegal for any executive to go and print money just like that without the approval of the National Assembly. But Boko Haram printed 27.5 trillion naira, over $50 billion. And just 3 days to the end of his tenure, he bribed the National Assembly guys with $45 million, right? And they backdated
and that's
approval. Yeah, they said it was got approval. They backdated it. And that's how everything they did is now legal. Because criminals have institutions in that place, and Tifnubu is doing
this is someone, and Buhari was somebody who he said is so upright. He's an upright man. He didn't have any house. He only has 150 cows and one house in Kaduna. Look at him. Look at him. And then they use that to deceive Nigerians. And up to today, Nigerians, look at where we are today. So I just feel that there should be something we can do. But I know that it's going to happen if you can write a powerful petition and write and say, let them not give Nigeria any money until they find out what they use that money to do. I believe that is a first a stepping stone. If a petition can start, an anonymous petition for Nigerians and by Nigerians, close to, can get up to, let's say, 10 million people from all over, or let's say 100 million, and then sign it and say no money should be given to anybody. Nobody should borrow. In fact, they should find a way to get the money. And all the people that have been borrowing that money, they should go after each and every one of them to pay back that money, not Nigerians. Nigerians had nothing to do with it. It was the politicians that went on their own to make that decision without our consent. I believe we'll get somewhere with that.
Amen. I love your enthusiasm, by the way. Or should I say,
oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
So let's hope something like that pops up, and then I will sign it if I see it on my own timeline. By the way.
Exactly. I wish we can get it. We'll get someone who can write it. It will help every one of us.
Bless you, Jefferson.
Anyway, let me on you too, man. Keep on doing the good work. It's not easy, and may God protect you as well.
Amen. And you too, sir. You have a good one, okay?
All right.
Yeah, that's Jefferson there from Texas, as we have now reconfirmed. To everyone that needed to see this, it's an old clip where Tifnubu was encouraging, it was like an ACN or APC thing, by the way, right? Where Tifnubu was encouraging the people to take on the government, kick them out, face them. The video is back. Some of you are planning to hit the street tomorrow. Maybe you need to watch this.
Could improve this situation for the good of all of us. Do not allow the opportunity to make things better for us. They make it better for themselves, for their comfort and their families. Cronyism is prevailing. Today, our rulers in Abuja and across some of their states, you know what they say to us when they remove subsidy and
allow the two children to have.
And good evening to you from wherever you are joining us from. It is Maiyegun, and it is brunch time with Maiyegun live. Nigerians who have been the victims of a failed, corrupt, ineffective, inefficient, incompetent regime of Tifnumbu, they woke up this morning to the barrage of lies, where Tifnumbu and possibly those who wrote the nonsense, right, lied for 20 straight minutes. And as much as it's so cringy for those who know the truth to watch, there are gullible people that actually swallow the lies. Among the lies that Tifnumbu told this morning was that they've paid back the 27.5 trillion naira that Bukwari printed and shared. Nobody wants to know how and where did the money they used in paying for that? Where did that come from? They just felt like, hey, wow, he's paid back the money. Similar way that they reduced the number of unemployed Nigerians from over 70% unemployed Nigerians. They reduced it to 5%. And they are telling themselves that Ashe Nigeria no get problem of unemployment, sha. Nobody that is unemployed in Nigeria, sha. So we have been doing it wrongly all this while. Assuming that will actually fix the main socio-economic problem created by joblessness, weak economy, or destroyed economy in Nigeria, rather than change it, right, it further aggravated it. And the common slang out there, including today, was that people are hungry and angry. Ebim pawao hunger day in English. So there is no amount of cooking of the book that is going to change what is a fact. They were lying to you about your inflation, lying about almost everything, hoping that if they said that, if they said that, everything will just be fine. No, it won't be fine. And that is why you have MaiyegunsDiary Politico, where in case if you are wondering, how come things are so bad? If truly these people said they have done this and that, how come things are so bad? Because they have not done anything in that direction. They have ruined Nigeria and they are cooking the figure. I'm kind of like, so it was so funny, right? When they said that Tifnumbu said he has paid back the 30 trillion naira ways and means, which is like a white lie. So do they think that they can just doctor the book and that amount of money will just disappear? Sorry, the such debt will just be cleared because somebody inside the CBN decided to write it off. No longer put it in the book. Don't put it in the book anymore that the ways and means, money borrowed the government, money printed by Bukwari, just say we have paid it, okay? So where is it? Similar way that Emefiole told you that the almost $10 billion they gave to Dangote for his refinery. Before the refinery, he actually produced 1 teaspoon of crude oil. They said Dangote don't pay back 70% of it. Now, Tifnumbu came, they said, I will not see any money anywhere where Dangote pay. Here you get. Lies won't change anything, okay? Even if it gives you a temporary sort of a psychological relief, in reality, the effect of that looting, the effect of that economic sinkhole is always going to be felt. And they can lie to you. They can't lie to me. And they can't lie to those who care to know the truth. Not those who are kind of feeling like, may God, or wishing that things just get better. I just wish that everything is fine, Sha. I know that God will do it. I know that God, like the God of Adeboye, that will say, IMF, whether you like it or not, Nigeria Naira shall rise again. The fake God of Adeboye and co. That is not how it works. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start this afternoon. I know it can be a little bit boring, but don't worry. It is a pre-recorded. The cut and join, cut and paste. Copy and paste, cut and join. So it's not like Tifnumbu trying to make anything, okay? He was reading it, and they have to do it several times. In the videos I'm going to show to you right now, you can easily tell that they are like cutting and paste, cutting and join. Like they have to retake some of these things many times before they finally got the one they published, right? So this morning, Tifnumbu broadcasted this. We'll be taking it in parts. The first one.
Fellow Nigerians, as I address you today, I am deeply aware of the struggles many of you face in these challenging times. Our administration knows that many of you struggle with rising costs and the search for meaningful employment. I want to assure you that your voices are heard. As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs, and we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Exactly 64 years ago, our founding fathers chose democracy as a form of government and launched the dream of a great country that will lead the rest of Africa out of poverty, ignorance, and underdevelopment. A beacon of hope for the rest of Africa and the world. Over 6 decades later, we can look back and Nigerians worldwide can see how well we have succeeded in realizing the lofty dream of our founding fathers. The world is witnessing and benefiting from the can-do spirit of Nigerian people, our massive intellectual capacity, and our enterprise and industry in all vocations, from art to science, technology to infrastructure. The dreams that our founding fathers envisaged are still work in progress. Every day, we put our hands on the plow, determined to do a better job of it. While it is tempting to focus on what has been left undone and where we have stumbled as a nation, we must never lose sight of how far we have come in forging and holding our country together. Since independence, our nation has survived many crises and upheavals that led to the dissolution and disintegration of many other nations worldwide. 6 years after independence, our country descended into a political crisis that led to a bitter and avoidable civil war. Since returning from the brink of that darkest moment, we have learned to embrace our diversity and manage our differences better as we continue to work towards engendering a more perfect union. Despite the many challenges that buffeted our country, we remain a strong, united, and viable sovereign nation. Dear compatriots, our independence anniversary gave us another chance to reflect on how far we have gone in our journey to nation building and to renew our commitment to building a better nation that will serve present and future generations of Nigerians. While we celebrate the progress we have made as people in the last 64 years, we must also recognize some of our missed opportunities and mistakes of the past if we are to become one of the greatest nations on earth, as God has destined us to be. Our mistake must not be follow into the future. My administration took over leadership of our country 16 months ago at a critical juncture. The economy faced many headwinds, and our physical security highly impaired. We found ourselves at a distant crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse. We decided to reform our political economy and defense architecture. On the security front, I am happy to announce to you, my compatriots, that our administration is winning the war on terror and banditry. Our target is to eliminate all threats of Boko Haram, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and the scourge of all forms of violent extremism. Within 1 year, our government has eliminated many Boko Haram and bandit commanders faster than ever. As of the last count, over 300 Boko Haram and bandit commanders have been eliminated by our gallant troops in the northeast, northwest, and some other part of the country. We have restored peace to hundreds of communities in the north, and thousands of our people have been able to return home. It is an unfinished business, I agree, which our security agencies are committed to ending as quickly as possible. As soon as we can restore peace to many communities in the troubled part of the north, our farmers can return to their farms. We expect to see a leap in food production and a downward spiral in food costs. I promise you, we shall not falter on this.
Nuisance, Lily. That's the first one, okay? I know you can sit down there and easily just puncture all the lies, all right? Since na speech, then write for them, say make him read, all right? And in reality, okay, you would expect them to at least give you the names of communities that they have liberated, all right, that people are now returning back to their homes on the issue of insecurity. The light, when they tell you, say they at the end of the tunnel, Nalayo, there is no light at the end of any tunnel. We don't go check them. They've stolen the bulb. They've stolen the generator. They've stolen everything that is there. Everything is darkness, darkness, and darkness. And it's not just say because we don't like the guy. It's because what he's saying to you right there is a pure lie. Of course, they've been able to eliminate, as he put it, they've been able to kill just maybe about 4 TikTok Fulani terrorists. You see those ones that are on TikTok. The Ogbonge Fulani terrorists that are collecting taxes in half of Niger State. The Boko Haram terrorists that are collecting taxes. And the Fulani terrorists that are collecting taxes in Borno State. Half of Borno State. Half of Katsina State. Part of Kaduna State. Yobe. Kerbi. They are still there. Gidigba. People are paying their taxes to them as we speak. And if, what do you call it? The fact that is kind of making it look like they met an economy that was headwind, whatever I said there, right? Again, that was the genesis, or should you say the genesis of more lies that is going to spew. I don't want to waste much of our time. I want us to get over it quick, so I can add my own expose on it before going to something else, okay? Listen to the other one. From the same Koolu this morning. Oh yeah, continue.
Particularly the flooding the part of the country. After Vice President Kashim Shettima visited Maiduguri, I also visited to assure our people that this federal government will always stand with our people in their times of trouble. At the last meeting of the Federal Executive Council, we approved a disaster relief fund to mobilize private and public sector funds to to help us respond faster to emergencies. Our government has also ordered integrity tests of our dams in the country to avert future disasters. The economy is undergoing the necessary reforms and retooling to serve us better and more sustainably. If we do not correct the physical misalignment that led to the current economic downturn, our country will face an uncertain future and the peril of unimaginable consequences. Thanks to the reform, our country attracted foreign direct investment worth more than $30 billion in the last year. Fellow compatriots, our administration is committed to free enterprises, free entry, and free exit in investment while maintaining the sanctity and efficacy of our regulatory processes. This principle guides the divestment transaction in our upstream sector, where we are committed to changing the fortune positively. As such, ExxonMobil surplus divestment will receive ministerial approval in a matter of days, having been concluded by the regulator, NUPRC, in line with the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA. This was done in the same manner as other qualified divestment approved in the sector. The move will create vibrancy and increase oil and gas production positively, impacting our economy. The more disciplined approach adopted by the central bank to monetary policy management has ensured stability and predictability in our foreign exchange market. We inherited a reserve of over 33 billion 16 months ago. Since then, we have paid back the inherited forex backlog of 7 billion. We have cleared the ways and means debt of over 30 trillion naira. We have reduced the debt service ratio from 97% to 68%. Despite all this, we have managed to keep our foreign reserve at 37 billion. We continue to meet all our obligations and pay our bills. We are moving ahead with our fiscal policy reforms. We stimulate our productive capacity and create more jobs and prosperity. The Federal Executive Council approved the Economic Stabilization Bill, which will now be transmitted to the National Assembly. This transformative bill will make our business environment more friendly, stimulate investment, and reduce the tax burden on businesses and workers once they are passed into law. As part of our efforts to re-engineer our political economy, we are resolute in our determination to implement the Supreme Court judgment on the financial autonomy of local governments. The central concern of our people today is the high cost of living, especially food costs. This concern is shared by many around the globe as prices and the cost of living continue to rise worldwide. My fellow Nigerians, please be assured that we are implementing many measures to reduce the cost of living here at home. I commend the governors, particularly in Kebbi, Niger, Jigawa, Kwara, Nasarawa, and other Southwest governors that have embraced our agricultural production program. I urge other states to join the federal government in investing in mechanized farming. We are playing our part by supplying fertilizer and making tractors and other farm equipment available. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved establishing a local assembly plant for 2,000 John Deere tractors, combine harvesters, disc riders, bottom plows, and other farm equipment. The plant has a completion time of 6 months. Our energy transition program is on course. We are expanding the adoption of the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas for mass transit with private sector players. The federal government is ready to assist the 36 states and FCT in acquiring CNG buses for cheaper public transportation. Fellow Nigerians, while we are working to stabilize the economy and secure the country, particularly the
nuisance Lele.
Omo, because I want to actually bust all the lies. So I am going to calm down to explain this. In as much as some of the Lagos Abobakus, Oshogbo Alibajiris, the crumb eaters, the crumb chasers, the ass lickers, the all risers, the bastards, the bat idiots, and the entire clan of, Buhari idiots, so to say, would want all those things to be true. And normal, they make me vex that you have a country of 200 million people and these guys have the audacity to lie, barefaced lies to you. And there is no one single media house in Nigeria right now doing what is called fact-checking. You see all these things that Tinubu said in that speech, if to say they were true, I swear, your life will be better today than what it is right now. If just maybe, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I picked up about 8 foolish lies. Out of that 8, if 4 of them, if they were true, even me, Maiyegun, I will find it difficult to criticize that criminal. But because Nigeria is such a useless place that these guys have made it, there is no single media house in Nigeria. They are looking to all their speech and begin to fact check them. Fact check them, which means to punch out all the lies. Not a single one. They were all riding. They were creating different headlines in Nigeria right now. Different headlines. Just because Tinubu said it. If they have 4 of them to be true, your lives will be better than what it is right now. Alone. Now let's take a look at them. You remember that the reason why the UAE placed a visa ban on Nigeria was because the airline from their country, among other countries too, with other countries, the one from their own country, they were among the people that, despite doing business in Nigeria, and they put their money in Nigerian banks, when it was time for them to take their money to their country, which was supposed to be in dollars, the Central Bank of Nigeria, under Buhari, they've stolen the money. So they started offering to pay them in Naira. And they were like, no, that's not the agreement, bilateral agreement we signed. We've paid you your taxes. We've paid everything that we're supposed to pay in your country. This is our profit. The total money hold these airlines was put at $10 billion. So Bokwari, Emefiole, they've looted the money. They couldn't find liquid cash, dollars, to pay them. So they started playing them. When the UAE couldn't take it anymore, they placed a visa ban on Nigeria and Nigerians as a means of pressuring your government to pay them. Bokwari ensured that they didn't pay it. So when Tifnumbu came, he went to Dubai to go and meet them and said, we will pay you. And they said, yeah, pay us, then we'll lift the ban. That same day, Akuri Nigelaila told you that Dubai has lifted the visa ban. Remember last year? That ended up as a lie. So they now said, Wale Idun, Kadobi, and the rest of them, they said they will meet with all these airlines and strike a deal. By then, Nigeria Naira has been floated by Tifnumbu. At the time, Nigeria Naira was like almost 1,900 Naira to $1. So it was worse. So what did Tifnumbu offer them? They said they will pay them the money, but it will be paid to them at the exchange rate of when the money was owed under Tifnumbu. Officially, it was 400 Naira or 410 Naira to $1. So if they accepted that deal, these people will lose about 60% of their money, which means at the end of the day, Nigeria won't pay $10 billion. Okay? Nigeria will pay somewhere around $3 billion to $4 billion. So the airlines will lose most of their money. And they said no. Also, because Nigeria Naira has crumbled, when they hold them their money, it was somewhere around 4 trillion Naira. Since Nigeria Naira don't crash, the money has now jumped to almost over 15 trillion Naira. So Nigeria will need to go and get 15 trillion Naira. Then go and look for where to buy dollars and pay them. So from 4 trillion, the money has jumped to over 15 trillion because of the destroyed Naira. So they now started negotiation. Some airlines said, you know what, we won't take it, we won't take the 400. Make it 1,000 Naira to $1. Even though you can't make it 1,500, okay, make it 1,000. So in the process, some of the airlines agreed to take the exchange rate of 1,000 Naira or so, which means Nigeria could pay them at that exchange rate. So that simply put said, in total, $1.2 billion was agreed with those ones. Immediately, Tifnumbu's people, they went to the media. They said, Tifnumbu has cleared all the backlog because of the ones who have agreed. So those ones who didn't agree, Tifnumbu and his people said, their papers get pure. So Nigeria is not paying them. We can't pay the money. We don't have a valid document. But these ones who have verified their money, that's what they told the media. They said, the ones that have verified their money, Tifnumbu was ready to pay them. So that one came to $1.2 billion. Remember, these were the ones who agreed to cut their losses and just get paid whatever they want to pay. Just cut your losses. The big one, the biggest one, like the Emirates airline. No. We would rather be paid in that dollars, or we will not be paid at all. That's why they have been playing hide and seek on whether Dubai will lift the visa or Dubai will not lift the visa. We lift the visa halfway or lift it up. You know what I mean? But Tifnumbu and his gang, they went on to write and say they have cleared $7 billion. That is what Tifnumbu repeated in that statement, which is a lie. That's number one. Number two, ways and means. When Bokwari in 8 years printed 27.5 trillion Naira, equivalent in dollars at the time, the exchange rate of that time, $50.6 billion. That's the value of that 27.5 trillion. Nobody knows wetin Bokwari and the state governors use the money for. Gone. 8 years. But within 12 months of Tifnumbu, he has printed over 15 trillion naira. It is called ways and means, which has further contributed to your hyperinflation in Nigeria. More money, less goods. More naira, chasing less goods. Hyperinflation, which is what you have in Nigeria today. In 1 year, Tifnubu printed over 15 trillion. Kadobi printed over 15 trillion naira. Gave it to Tifnubu. And that was shared as state monthly allocation to all the states in Nigeria, like Bokwari did, because NNPC no dey remit money anymore. NNPC that was supposed to be selling your crude oil remit money in dollars. The money has half of what they would probably even have gotten from the sale of crude oil. Bokwari don't use them to borrow money, which means the future oil prospect or oil exploration in Nigeria, they don't use them borrow money. So even if they sell crude oil, the money is not coming to Nigeria. It goes straight to the debtors. I mean, creditors. I've already recorded them. So to cover the gap, they were printing money. Now, Odudu Emefiole told us, he lied though, he told us that between 2015 and 2024, they have printed over 54 trillion naira, which simply means so far so good though, they've printed more than 27 trillion naira in 16 months of Tifnumbu. And the money is right there inside your economy. But people said it's even more than that. That the money that is in your circulation right now is over 100 trillion naira. The whole economy and the goods in your economy is not up to that money, which means more money chasing small goods. And that is why you see a bag of rice that used to be 7,500 naira. It's now 120,000 naira. Yet, the rice self no day. So, but Tifnubu now said in that speech, said they have cleared the 30 trillion naira Bokwari printed. How? What did you do to clear it? Where did you get the money from? What did you sell? Where did you make the money? Central Bank, can you show us the evidence that Tifnubu paid you back that money? The ways and means. There is no evidence. Because what they have done is cancel them. Just cancel it. Just cancel it that we have paid. We are the government. How can government be owing government? Just say it's paid. And they put them inside speech. Tifnubu read that out. When people who are supposed to be economists in that country, who are supposed to know the implication of that, they are keeping quiet. Because they know it's a lie. But for Tifnubu to look good, imagine if to say they make money somewhere, they make 30 trillion naira, that they actually paid back to the central bank. Truly, truly, do you think your economy will be in that situation? Another one. Tifnubu said he has attracted $30 billion investment to Nigeria in the last 16 months. Do you know how much is $30 billion? But they can't really tell you where in your sector of economy that 30 billion don't enter Nigeria. Should that Nigeria look like a place where $30 billion has been invested in? Should be Nadia you they live? Where did they invest the money? Who are the investors? Where? That's another lie. Here is another one. They say foreign reserve of Nigeria is now $37 billion. That's a lie. When Bokwari was living, he used the the foreign reserve of Nigeria, which was at the time 30.5 or so billion dollars. 20 billion of that money is a collateral of money that nobody even know what Bokwari used the money for. Chevy Morgan Chase, they gave money to Emefiole and Co. under Bokwari when they said that they use your foreign reserve as a collateral, that if tomorrow Nigeria failed to service that loan or pay it, start paying it back as it was supposed to be, This Chevy Morgan Chase can just go to the World Bank and just take about $25 billion from your money, and that is it. Korofo is what is left. The NNPC in Nigeria is so broke, that they are no longer making any money from crude oil anymore. That they had to go to the Afrexim Bank in September 2023 to go and borrow $3.3 billion using the crude oil of 167 million barrels of crude oil as collateral if Nigeria don't pay that money back in 5 years. Do you know that? People will not get any money, we don't remit any money. They can't show to you how much NNPC is making every month anymore. They can't show you how much they are remitting anymore. But they don't cook the book. Nobody is going to fact check them. Nobody is fact checking them. They say now the foreign reserve is 37 billion. From what? From selling lies. Or what? What do you think they are selling? You just believe that Nigeria don't get extra more money. They don't add more money to it. That's another lie. Here is another one. They said they have killed over 300 terrorists, Boko Haram leaders. And thousands of people have returned back to the hundreds of thousands of communities. If people have truly returned to their communities, that means farmers too have returned. Why is he now promising you that farmers will return home and very soon they will be planting? And the food production will increase? When you said in that same speech that people have already returned home. But in another breath, they will be returning home soon. If you don't kill the terrorists that have chased them away from their communities, why are you promising that people will return home later when they are still some of them are still in the bush, IDP camps all over the place? Another lie. He said they approved to assemble 2,000 tractors that will be given to Nigerians. 2,000 have been assembled. Have you seen any tractors assembled by these guys? Do you have evidence of anybody or anywhere, any state that have received any tractors from them? Lies. CNG, compressed natural gas. That is what he said he is going to use in boosting transportation so that it will be cheaper. So if you cannot afford the petroleum price, which is now like 1,200, 1,500, 2,000 naira per liter, you can go and convert your car to CNG. They go put them for your park. It's cheaper. But do you know the truth? Out of the entire 36 states of Nigeria, they only have their CNG nonsense place. They only have just 15. Listen, 15 conversion places. And they only have them in Lagos and Abuja. Out of 36 states, they have it in just one single state. And the FCT. So how is that going to help reduce the cost of transportation? Lies. There are more. I will let him finish. Here is another set, or the concluding part.
While we are working to stabilize the economy and secure the country, we also seek to foster national unity and build social harmony and cohesion. Our economy can only thrive when there is peace. As we work to overcome the challenges of the day, we remain mindful of next generation as we seek to galvanize their creative energy towards a better future. We lead today with the future we wish to bequeath to our children in focus, recognizing that we cannot design a future that belongs to them without making them its architects. Considering this, I am pleased to announce the gathering of a national youth conference. This conference will be a platform to address the diverse challenges and opportunities confronting our young people, who constitute more than 60% of our population. It will provoke meaningful dialogue and empower our young people to participate actively in nation building by ensuring that their voices are heard in shaping the policies that impact their lives. We are creating a pathway for a brighter tomorrow. The 30-day confab will unite young people nationwide to collaboratively develop solutions to issues such as education, employment, innovation, security, and social justice. The modality of this confab and selection of delegates will be designed in close consultation with our young people through their representatives. Through this confab, it will be our job as leaders to ensure that their aspirations are at the heart of the conference deliberations. The government will thoroughly consider and implement the recommendations and outcomes from this forum as we remain resolute in our mission to build a more inclusive, prosperous, and united Nigeria. Our government is implementing several other youth-centric programs to give our young people an advantage in rapid changing world. We are implementing, among others, the 3 million technical program of the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, aimed at building Nigeria's technical talent backbone. We have also enthusiastically implemented the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, which provides cheap loans to our students to pursue their tertiary educational dream. In addition, later this month, we shall launch the Renewable Hope Labor Employment and Empowerment, the LEAP. It is conceived as a comprehensive suite of interventions and job creation by Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment that is aimed at facilitating the creation of 2.5 million jobs directly and indirectly on an annual incremental basis, while simultaneously ensuring the welfare and safety of workers across the country, as is the tradition. The government will soon announce all the beneficiaries of our national honors for 2024. The Senate President and the Chief Justice of the Federation have been conferred with the honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. The Deputy Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives have honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, while the Deputy Speaker of the House has been awarded Commander of the Order of Niger, CON. Fellow Nigerians, better days are ahead of us. The challenge of the moment must always make us believe in ourselves. We are Nigerians, resilient and tenacious. We always prevail and rise above our circumstances. I urge you to believe in our nation's promise. The road ahead may be challenging, but we will forge a path towards a brighter future with your support. Together, we will cultivate a Nigeria that reflects the aspiration of all its citizens, a nation that resonates with pride, dignity, and shared success. As agents of change, we can shape our destiny and build a brighter future by ourselves, for ourselves, and future generations. Please join us and join our administration in this journey towards a brighter future. Let us work together to build a greater Nigeria where every citizen can access opportunities and every child can grow up with hope and promise. May God continue to bless our nation. Safe. Happy Independence Anniversary, fellow Nigerians.
Nuisance lele.
That's the speech. And everyone can just go and hope on the renewed hope. Now I have been corrected that there is or there are more CNG places. I mean CNG in more than just 2 states now. So you have them in Benin, you have them in Ibadan. But there is something you also need to know. CNG simply means where you can convert your car or your vehicle to compressed gas. I mean, compressed natural gas. You won't use petrol or diesel. All right. So it was supposed to actually be something you should have like thousands. I'm talking about like you have the filling stations, right? Conversion areas with the level of hardship that you are currently experiencing, so to say. So it should have been, if you have a government, that government is rolling something out, okay? It should be what should exist in 36 states of that country. 36, all of them should have it. And nothing less than maybe 200 per state. When I say 200, I'm talking about where you have them at, almost every location, but not every location. But you have a situation whereby people will just say, yeah, there is one at Yanomapo. There's another one at Challenge. So if you can't get, if it's too busy in Yanomapo, go to Challenge. If it's not too busy, if it's too busy in Ikeja, go to Baga. I say, but what about us in Akure? They say, you go to, anyway, Sha. Tifnumbu and his gang, they are organizing National Youth Conference. So all of the younger people who have become, most of them have become the victims of his failed policies and the ruined country, right? They would likely just go and fight for a place because they will pay you money for 30 days. You are going to be housed somewhere in Abuja. They will put you in a hotel. They will pay you money every day. Instead of you joining the protest, demanding that what they promised you, that they had for you, the Nigeria they said they will fix. Let them start implementing their policy that will change your life. They say, now you make you come tell them how they should do it. That's the bottom line now. They want you to come and tell them, how do you think they can help you? So Kukoya, come and sit together and deliberate and give us idea. And guess what this guy said? On a Chinese television yesterday, said, Bokwari did not do anything for 8 years because Bokwari was busy fixing the rot caused by PDP in 16 years. Man, I feel like I should have this spiritual ring where I think give somebody spiritual slap. Like, as you are watching me right now, I'm like, my hand will just come out of your screen. I go find Koolu. Yeah, Maiyegun, why did you knock me? I wish that when I was watching this guy on channels yesterday, I felt like I should have something that would just, my hand would just stretch, enter the studio of channels television. I would just be like that. Ko. Because I didn't knock Johnny. But I don't get that ring. I don't get that power. Here you get. Because that's exactly how I felt. It is cringy. It is insulting. It is like insulting your intelligence or something. But they have their audience. 8 years of disastrous and murderous Bokwari's time. The ones that Tifnubu said is what is making it difficult for him to help you now. They were able to have money. They've borrowed enough. They were able to have money to buy yacht, able to have money to give her to Remiwerepe rats. They had money, that's money for her office. She was able to get more than $700 million. Yeah, you heard me right. You heard me right. $700 million for her traveling up and down her office in just 6 months. Crazy, yeah? Not just that. She got over 40 billion naira just to get cars for the office of First Lady. Bajabia Mole got 10 billion naira just to buy computers for his own office as a chief of staff to Tifnumbu. Werewike was able to spend 21 billion naira to build a palatial mansion for Shitty Man. Akpabiole now will be honored with GCON, Grand Commander of the Order of Niger. GCON. Kekere Ole your Chief Justice, she too will get GCON. Now you have all the criminals who have captured Nigeria, okay? They are being honored by the druggie himself. Not after the same National Assembly got over 260 billion naira. You heard me right? 260 billion naira from over 800 billion naira they borrowed. They were supposed to share the money to you when they said they removed subsidy. I bet you, baby. You know, Stockholm Syndrome is real. Sometimes when I begin to reel out all these figures, sometimes some of you, you'll be like, Maiyegun, calm down. Are these figures real? Because you they suffer from Stockholm Syndrome. Me, I know they forget. That's why they call me a revisionist. You know, they remember. You know, they forget things. How can I forget billions and billions they borrowed in your name? They borrowed the money in your name. It's not free money. They said, okay, since they didn't plan that you are going to suffer for removal of subsidy, they went on to go and borrow 1.2 trillion naira. From that money, they were supposed to give you 800 billion of it. The poor people affected. You remember that they were supposed to give you 80,000 naira for removing subsidy. Until when some of you are like, how much is 8,000 naira? What can 8,000 naira buy? I say, you better collect that like that, or you know go collect that. Okay, wait, we'll go give you another one. Wait, we'll go and rearrange it. At 8,000 naira, at 50,000 naira, everything can't turn to audio. But from money where they borrow, say they will give you for a subsidy removal. They gave 248 billion naira to the National Assembly. They removed it. They said the hardship affects all the lawmakers too. They need money to settle down. New lawmakers, new this and that. I bet it was also this in that same breath that they also gave them 59 billion naira so that they could buy themselves SUV that is worth 160 million naira each. I bet you don't forget. I know they've looted you so much that some of you will be like, I remember. They still went on to go and pad your budget. They still padded the 2024 budget, with over 6 trillion naira for projects that doesn't exist. Una don't forget. To deep gone. But according to this Olori Buruku, 8 years that you suffered under Bokwari, it was just for Bokwari to fix the rot of 16 years of PDP.
Actually have a perspective to understand what is going on.
And I'm one person, I do a lot of policy conversation on this very desk every day. And in those 365 days of my life sitting here, there are critical issues. And as a human being, first as a human being, then a Nigerian, then a journalist, I also wear a hat to say I'm equally a father. I have responsibility to family. And I also need to be professional, be patriotic. So analyzing these issues, one needs to also understand that, yeah, you need to give people a chance when they get into office. But the fear is this, Mr. Moka. And now, if you would like, I can reel out all the economic indicators. Your government got into office, and you're speaking tonight to us as though it was PDP that handed over power to an APC government about over a year ago. It was an APC-led government for 8 years, handed over to an APC government. And those who will say the Buhari government set Nigeria back by 20 years, economically speaking. Mr. Moka, our inflation rate, 34%. Food inflation, 37%. Unemployment rate. Do you know what they say? 28 years. It hasn't been that bad for some of these indicators. Mr. Moka, it's so bad that we have never seen in the life of me that our exchange rate has gone this bad. Indicators of our economy, all of it that you can think of, are in the red, in the negative. If your government or your party is being handed over a government, and in 1 year, it has been messed up in this much, how do you explain to the Nigerian people?
So, first of all, you know, in your question lies the answer. Hysteria. You know, you have just framed a question that relies on, you know, a self-eating hysteria to provoke my answer. But I will answer you. Now, the Buhari administration did nothing in 8 years but to clean and mop up the mess. Okay. And the... Oh, please, don't interrupt me. You'll get your turn. Thank you. To mop up the mess made by the PDP. Because, you know, what Nigerians don't realize is that the PDP operated a phantom economy.
I thought it was the Buhari government that messed up this economy.
Please hang on. Look, you asked me a question. I'm answering you. And please listen to me. The PDP government created and operated a phantom economy where billions and billions of dollars and naira were awarded and thrown around for national, you know, declared national projects that were never done as such. All of the monies that were simply, you know, rolled out into private pockets. Now, don't forget, when Buhari came in, we had a moment where a lot of information, you did a lot of shows here about the scourge that the PDP had actually, you know, inflicted on this country. Now, listen, what I'm saying is I don't like to look back. If you know, in my conversations with you, I'm a forward-looking person. But if you choose to actually ask that question and you demand an answer from me, then I will tell you that the mess that we're dealing with today was not constructed today. It was constructed generationally. And that generation, the owners and the perpetrators of the heinous, you know, abominable crimes against this country were, you know, manufactured, constructed, and delivered by the PDP in 16 years. So Buhari, just a moment, Buhari was simply an intervenor government that simply came to hold place and, you know, really make sense and hold Nigeria away from the precipice. Now, the Tinubu administration has been inaugurated barely a year ago. And the Maiyegun Showumi, my brother of this world, will not even let that government think, you know, let alone execute programs that are meant to build upon the foundations that the Buhari administration had laid in order for Nigeria to begin to climb out of this hole that we've been sunk in for a very long time. Because there's nothing you're going to tell me, Shehu, about our problems today that were not constructed generationally. How do you explain 64 years of a country on one product selling crude oil, not done anything? That was not Buhari's, you know, fault necessarily. It wasn't Tinubu's fault necessarily.
Yeah, primarily not
and
productive.
You know, it is the fault of Nigeria and those who govern Nigeria before today, especially 16 years of the PDP. You know, look, you know, Mr. Showumi, please calm down. You will get your turn. And when you talk, I'm going to be quiet because your comments are distracting me. I've not made any comment.
No, you
My gesticulation.
Your gesticulation.
Thank you.
So hold your gesticulation.
I can borrow you.
Thank you so much.
Thank my gesticulation.
But look, to come back to this conversation, the point I'm making is that, there's no such thing as a straight line in the life of a country. Families, my family, your family, my brother's family here, if and when it becomes imperative to make critical adjustments, they have to be made. Maybe I'm going to cut off some ice cream for my kids if I know I can't afford it today. Doesn't mean they will never have ice cream. They may actually begin to buy ice cream factories when the economic moment and when the opportune moment actually becomes. I am saying to you today, and let me say this before I think you take over. I will tell you that this president has begun with Nigeria to set Nigeria on a path that will. Today, I sit here and I'm going to say this. And I think that a few years from now, bring Mr. Showmi and I back here. Mr. Showmi will testify that this president will be, after, in the fullness of his tenure, will be about, if not, the most accomplished president in the history of our country. Because he is not, like I said, kicking the can to the next president. He is saying, you know what, this problem will be solved on my watch. That's what he's doing. So all of what you're saying, the actually.
Ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún ṣe lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí. Ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún ṣe lálìkìyàmà ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí.
Just imagine. And they're always like that. For 8 years of Bukwari, they were always on social media, on TV. Blaming PDP this, PDP that, and then they blame everyone. They blamed God. They blamed the weather. They blamed Nigerians. They blame everyone but themselves. And they were telling people to be patient. By the time Bukwari is done, it's going to be the most. But guess what today? The likes of Malamu, a thief. I don't know why they haven't arrested him. Majority of those who work with Bukwari, they were thieves. The woman, Shadia, in charge of humanitarian, the court told her to go and refund nearly 1 trillion naira she stole as a minister. Adis Erika, another criminal who stole money as aviation minister. Thieves looted Nigeria under Bukwari. They looted Nigeria like never before, like money was going out of fashion. But somebody, Felix Moka, in 2024, is saying that Bukwari was just like interceding government who tried to correct the, oh God. Now here is Kadobi Odudu Emefiole. Say the people that are going to make Nigeria great for Tifnumbu. He was talking about the monetary this, monetary that, and how much money they have already printed. He was lying.
Yes, with the past 1 year. Now, first and foremost, we came into a very loose money supply situation. Between 2015 and 2023, the past 8 years, witnessed an incredible amount of pumping of liquidity into the system. In 2015, money supply was about 19 trillion naira. And in 2023, it was 54 trillion naira. I mean, that's a huge increase, a very, very huge increase. And a substantial amount of that, as I'm sure you all know, was through means. Okay, so essentially printing of money resulted in a huge amount of money chasing, because this is the implication, chasing the same amount of goods, a relatively small amount of goods. So I think that context is very, very, very important to have. And to put it in another way, while the economy on average was growing at 1.2% during that time, money supply was growing at 12.6%. Okay, so you can see the inherent distortion there. Then also, let's not forget that we had a situation where global oil prices collapsed, okay, in 2015, okay. And with that collapse also, we shouldn't forget, unfortunately, and it's just a fact of life, that Nigeria is a monolithic economy, okay. So you're dependent for everything on oil. And as a result of the collapse in oil prices, foreign exchange began to dwindle, and it's important to understand that within this period, the response to that was really lesser foreign exchange and fixing of foreign exchange prices. And that also harmed the economy to no end. In other words, you had a situation where the response to excess money supply, little foreign exchange available, was to fix exchange rates, okay, which now resulted in multiple exchange rates and arbitrage opportunities between one and the other, okay. And of course, this in itself resulted in a backlog of foreign exchange, because this is where all these things have come from. And sometimes people forget that this is the context in which we came into the saddle of the central bank, okay. So it's just what it is. Real sector at the time were obviously unable to access foreign exchange, and things really got difficult, and inflation continued to spike. So in that situation, we came into the saddle, and of course, a number of things happened. One of which, of course, is with the background I've given you, attempt to harmonize the multiple exchange rates, and I believe that clearly has brought about the results it has, including the fact that you no longer have these multiple windows, and including the fact that exchange rate is a lot more flexible and people are more able to transact their businesses, okay, through willing buyer, willing seller, as opposed to a situation where multiple exchange rates discourages or does not enable that to happen. So clearly that has helped in no small way. And of course, the moderation, the multiple hike in exchange rates, the multiple hike in interest rates have also helped to moderate the inflation that I spoke about earlier, have helped to moderate the inflation. Don't forget that here was a situation where exchange rate was really running at an incredible pace, and people had lost confidence in the currency, or beginning to lose confidence in the currency. So we believe that these multiple hikes have helped for people to now begin.
Here is a paper cut on this matter, even though this liar is talking about 54 trillion or something. Meanwhile, in the circulation in Nigeria, because of how much these guys have printed in the last 16 months alone, they said that right now in Nigeria, you now have nearly 100 trillion naira cash circulating in your economy as at May. This is October. 5 months ago, God knows how much they have printed again as we speak. So if you think exposing these criminals, if you think wishes can actually fix Nigeria, you can dream on. Your shege is just starting. And there's no amount of dogo to renshi, word salad that is going to actually take that away, except real action. If they begin to actually take real action, real economic policies, and they can't. You know that the World Bank just gave them another they just approved another $1.5 billion loan. There are conditions that come with such money. And you get to see that later soon. Your money, Naira, will be floated again, devalued further. And then you can begin to look forward to maybe 2,000 Naira to $1 soon. As for these guys, those are the investors they are talking about. Borrowed money with monetary compromise, where IMF, World Bank continue to compromise your monetary policies. And they can continue to promise you what will never happen. So today, those who know better, they have started their fearless in October. Yeah, it started from Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan, Oyo State, Akure in Ondo State, Port Harcourt in Rivers State, and a few other places. So this is going to be the part one of what is going down today, including Jos, Plateau State, by the way. So let's go and see how it all went this morning across Nigeria, where people are saying they are hungry. They're not going to chop English. They're not going to chop all these cooked up lies. If you are actually working, people will feel it. Maybe you go tell them, say, they should wait for your reform. What reform? The reform that you are reforming the lives of your family members, the lives of your appointees and the rest of them. Those are the only lives you are changing. The other lives you are destroying are the lives of millions of people, including the lives of those who are supposed to be the APC, Egbekegbe supporters. If you are an APC, Egbekegbe, watching me right now, I'm not your enemy. I know you don't like me. I don't like you too. Sure you get. I mean, we know that one clearly. I mean, people where they support Ifnumbu or support APC, they don't like me. We say no like them. We know they pretend. It's just that once in a while, when I go come bring your Bruku here, they ask me stupid questions as if to say, you actually care about what I want to say or not. We don't like ourselves. Let's keep it that way. You can understand now. So if I shake with you, I mean, no con here, they try to tell me, say, Maiyegun, you need to listen to your supporters. I know my supporters. I know my dear Templars. My Templars here, they know the truth. They don't ask me stupid questions. They don't ask me to give them solution to Nigeria problem because they know that the only solution to Nigeria problem is to break the hell up. Break it up. So if you come here, can't they ask me for one stupid thing like, hey, Maiyegun, it's not, I mean, let us suggest solution. There is no genuine member of Maiyegun's Diary Politico that will pick up his or her phone and type, hey, Maiyegun, you should give us solution. Now you Olori Buruku closet APC, Egbekegbe. Now they come here, they ask me for solution. Ibala berenye, she love and kiss. You don't like me, I don't like you. Here you get. So every day, even tabatu kugon, atuma continue with tabati padirawa. We no go set you. So let's keep it that way. You don't like me, I don't like you. But if you are here to know the truth, so that at least, if they are lying to you, I will be helping you to understand what is coming your way. So the fearless, fearless in October, the verse 2 or phase 2 of end bad governance in Nigeria kicked off today. Charade was there or still there, and according to them, it is going to be non-stop. This is day one, and they are not counting this until Tifnumbu actually acts. But now that Tifnumbu don't tell them, say, in one to national conference, let's go back to that street. How was it today? Across Nigeria, I have all the join videos from everywhere. So it's going to be a long watch. So your own enjoyment, right? Let's go there.
We are tired, we are hungry.
saying? What are we saying?
Hello, Nigeria.
What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying?
Why are we going to keep quiet? The Nigerian government wants to repress, suppress, oppress the Nigerian people to the point that they become so scared of expressing their fundamental rights. They want to press all voices of dissent. But Nigerians today are letting the government know by our action here that our voices can never be silenced. If the government is as irresponsible as it has brought us this low, the government should not expect us to keep quiet in our penury, our suffering, insecurity, bad leadership in every sector, bad healthcare system, bad educational system. Yaya Bello is stealing from one side, Emefiele is stealing from one side, Tinubu has a refinery somewhere. They are all doing us gimmicks. The bag of rice now is about 100,000 naira. Yes, we are buying fuel over 1,000 naira. And you say it's not enough to come out and express our grievances? No. What are we saying? We are hungry. What are we saying? We are hungry. What are we saying? We are hungry. We are hungry. We are hungry.
Shame on you.
Yeah, liberation is being poured here live at Kecha.
Shame on you. Shame on you. And I shame on you.
Live here in Ikeja, Nigerians have received against
Nigerian people.
And bad governance protest live at Ikeja.
Nigerian people.
Life is happening here in Ikeja.
Let's be orderly.
Live here in Ikeja.
Today is our day. Take our national anthem now. After that, I will hand over the microphone to Comrade Soweto, and he will do the moderation forthright. Please stand. Attention. No more movement. No more movement. Arise, oh patriots, Nigeria's follow me to serve our father's land with love and strength and faith. Our heroes' path shall never be in vain. To serve with our might, one nation bound in freedom is our youth.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Tinubu, they talk say
we are here live at Ikeja
protesters for treason.
Independence Day
protest of survival. Protest, then our treason we dey commit.
Nigerians are here again, saying an end to bad governance. Nigerians have come out today, October 1, Independence Day.
Now something else they worry am.
To say that enough is enough of bad governance. Nigerians are tired of suffering. They are saying the fuel prices needs to be reversed. Nigerians
for me, I will tell you later. Waiting the warrior.
Enough is enough. Life here at Ikeja, Lagos, and bad governance. Protest for survivor.
I wonder if protesting, not treason. Maybe we go try Tinubu first. I mean, not the reason now.
We are here live.
I mean, Tinubu is supposed to try first now.
We are here live
because even himself in the protest.
Nigerians are saying the hunger.
Tinubu government, when they talk say people they sponsor protests, they sponsor people sponsoring protests.
Yes, the security people are here, the police command, the police people, and other security forces are also on ground to make sure that everything goes well. You can see behind me is the Lagos Police Command. They are here on ground to make sure that the protest goes peacefully, and that there will be no breakdown of law and order. So the protest here in Lagos has resumed
End bad governance protest, October 1, day of survival. Live at Ikeja here, under bridge, Obafemi Awolowo Road. Pressmen are also here, the journalists are also here. Nigerians are saying and speaking with one voice that enough is enough, an end to bad governance. That is the message. The cost of living, the high fuel prices.
This is high time election of
Monkey go market, a monkey no go come back. That time, make it rich. Oh, that's from the streets, ladies and gentlemen. There is more, of course. Now there is more from where that I came from. Let's go through it again. Back to the streets. For Nigerians who have rejected bad governance, calling the attention of those who are supposed to be their leaders to have a common sense. It is still peaceful now. If you know be peaceful again, oh.
that time. Just this. So I just want to beg you. As we 12 August, let me say for 10 days. Nothing of Katakata. 9-1 today. And your leaders are listening to them. I can tell you something that is not you. You may be on my left, but the time you stop, you must stop. You can hear me? If I say stop, you must stop. Because you get what you see. When they say stop.
This is our court. This is the people's court. This is the people's assembly. And what we they do here today, we are trying Tinubu for treason. And Tinubu on the streets is being tried for treason against 200 million people of Nigeria. Not be so. And of the greatest Nigerian people. Let me talk. If I say Mr. John to talk too much. And
àwọn ìjọba wọ̀nyí kéré sí nọ́mbà wa greater better na we get today no be so 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 if you not say na we get today say yeah. If you not say na we get today say yeah. You know wetin happen as I dey here na me be the Senate president na me be the real Akpabio the real one. Now Nigerian people, if you know you are hungry say yes. Yes, Nigerian people, evacuations, Nigerian people, resolute, Nigerian people, greatest Gosa, greatest Bagda, greatest Bazagoto. Please, today is the National Day of Survivor. Join me in the chorus as we go. Oya oya elewala. Oya oya elewa.
We are here today not to celebrate because we have nothing to celebrate as far as Nigeria is concerned. This morning I coined Nigeria to be a giant living in the body of dwarf. Why? Because everything that's supposed to make us great has been subdued by the oppressors. Have been, made mess up by the leaders that are supposed to be a leader according to the biblical injunction, Proverbs 29 verse 2, that when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. When the wicked in power, the people mourn. Today we are money, so we don't need to describe those that are in power. We know according to the Bible, if they want to fight, don't fight me. Go and fight God that wrote the Bible. We are money in every area and facet of Nigerians' life. They are money. They can no longer buy food. They can no longer buy fuel. They can no longer eat well. Neither can they even send their children to school. The people that are celebrating today, quote me, are the people that we are feeding for free, the people that we are buying fuel for free, the people that we bought car for free, the people that they travel for free and still collect extra code for traveling. Those are the people that live in Abuja, in Aso Rock, in National Assembly. Those are the people that may be celebrating. But for all the common man, the common masses that doesn't even know what to eat next after leaving this place, they are not celebrating. We are money. And that is why the biblical injunction that I quoted earlier on is a prefix to the names of whoever, either governor, either the president, either ministers, either National Assembly members. It is the people that are wicked that make the people more. So we are mourning the 64 years of Nigeria. We look at Nigeria, there is no progress. The progress they are making is in their imagination. As much as their account balance ring bam, then they are making progress. But when we look at the Nigerian in general, when we look at what we are going through, then we are not making progress. Because as of today, we see our potholes everywhere. Even in a mega city, quote and unquote, like Lagos, we see our potholes. We see our places that does not have power supply. Imagine in Nigeria, they claim we are making progress. There are people in Nigeria, Lagos State as a mega city provide, that are getting 4 hours light per day. That is Nigeria, where the government will claim that we are making progress. All these things I saw me together, and I discovered that we are not making any progress. So it is incumbent on every Nigerian to know that the oppressor cannot dictate how the oppressed feel free themselves. Therefore, whatever you are doing, whatever and wherever you are, I know very well that one of the things that will not make you rejoicing or celebrating Nigeria is because you don't even have what to eat. You don't even know where the next food will come from. You don't even know how to pay your children's school fees. And at the end of the day, you don't even know what will become the end of you, because we have seen people falling down, dying, just because they are carrying the problem of their family on their head, because there is no solution. And to crown it all, the government is not providing any solution. They are only providing for their pocket. Every policy they make since they come into power, they have been making it to line their pocket. Everyone. That is why the president will claim that we will turn it around, and Nigeria is poor, yet he's buying jet worth $2.5 billion. He's claiming Nigeria is poor. He's apportioning $1.5 billion for his wife car. I wonder, Senator Rami Tinubu was a senator for 3 consecutive sessions. What kind of car has she not drive? The same government that said Nigeria is poor, they bought a Maybach Mitsubishi car, custom made for the president at the rate of $950 billion, and they claim Nigerians are poor. They claim Nigeria is poor. They approved 360 SUV for the House of Reps at the rate of $160 million per one. Nigeria is poor. Anyone that says Nigeria is poor.
I don't read social media anymore. They abuse the hell out of me. If I read it, I get high blood pressure. I get angry. I don't read it. So, if I want to hear anything, my children or any of my workers will tell me, this one say this one. If I'm tired, I say, please, forget it.
Let be poor, breathe. Don't suffocate them. We have that responsibility.
Right now, the only thing that is free is that breath that you have in you. And that too will soon be subjected to Tifnumbu said tax. Finally, from the collection of what we picked from the streets this morning, a lot has happened though. They've shot tear gas at them. They have shot at people who are protesting in Abuja. And then, yeah, that too. I'm going to bring them back later this evening. But here, we have Showore's statement where he is indeed calling for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And not just that, he's leading a section of the protest too, right here in Lagos. This is one. And there's another one after this.
The one that said Nigeria is for
the looters, the corrupt guys, both in the oil sector and whatever sector they may be. Our own independence starts now. Because the independence we got in 1960, they struggled for it. We are struggling for a new independence. And it is part of the continuation of what we started in 2019 with revolution now. Because we believe that only revolution can save this country. Revolution! Now! They are actually been arrested, and work is in progress, and part of what we are asking them is to release them today. Everybody has been detained, whether it's in Kaduna, in Abuja, Katsina, or Kano.
the federal government is ordered to release them today. If by the end of the day today they don't release all the detained, end bad governance and end SARS people, some of the end SARS in 2020, we will tell you the next plan of action. Thank you. Are you doing census?
Well, Nigerians are here today to celebrate their survival against the massive onslaught of anti-poor policies that this government has wrought on them since its emergence. Nigerians are here to say that despite celebrating 64 years of independence, there is nothing independent about the people that cannot feed, nothing independent about the people that cannot go to school, nothing independent about the people whose security is not assured. So Nigerians are here to make their grievances known to the government. Nigerians are also here to say that there is nothing independent about citizens who cannot speak freely without being charged for treason or say their minds without getting arrested and kidnapped by the government. So Nigerians are here to denounce all anti-poor policies of the government, to denounce the wicked policies and pattern of the government to kidnap poor young people struggling for their lives, surviving under everything that has been put against them. Nigerians are here to say that it is not fair and this government must divorce itself from every policy that it has brought in place so far to ravish Nigerians, to wreck them to the barest minimum. We are saying that we can no longer tolerate it. And when people are pushed to the wall, one day something has to give way and the government has to take notice. This is a notice on the Nigerian government that one day its time will come. This is the 64th anniversary of the country, but there's nothing to celebrate. The government can do well by going back and looking into its drawing book and seeing everywhere it has gone wrong and begin to make things right. First, the government must begin to rethink the wicked removal of fuel subsidy that has done nothing but to reduce the living conditions of Nigeria to minimum. Many young people have had to quit their jobs because they can no longer afford to pay expensive transport to work. They can no longer go to work and receive little salary for nothing. Many young people have had to live under the stressful conditions, sell their bodies because they can no longer afford to live under such conditions that have reduced them to nothing. The government must remove fuel subsidy. The government must also rethink the student loan that it has brought to people and say that that's the panacea for the education system in Nigeria. The student loan is not panacea. Nigerian students do not need loan. Nigerian students need grants for them to go to school. An interview conducted across schools in country show that people are not even taking the loan. Well, people are taking the loan, but so many people are not taking the loan because they are afraid of receiving loans that they cannot pay in future where jobs are not guaranteed for them. So Nigerian students do not want loan. Nigerian students need grants for them to be able to go to school. Nigeria needs the government to be honest about what it is doing with the refineries. This is a capitalist system that has done nothing but take and accumulate all the wealth and resources of this country for itself without the benefit of the poor. So we must get our refineries working and show the people that we can be honest and government can work for the people.
Experiencing this level of lawlessness by the law enforcement agents, Nigeria cannot claim to be an
Hey! Let's go, let's go. Don't move. They have started shooting us tear gas. They are trying to disperse us. Don't move, comrades, don't move. Don't move, comrades, don't move. What's up, kid? Rob, my bag. Guy, come, open this my bag. Rob, my bag. No, Rob, for eye. Look at them. Sorry, I really don't stop. What kind of repression we're talking about in our country? The last time they spent $45 million to quell the protest of August 1st. Only God knows how many $1 million they spend this time around. They will not go and fight bandits. They will not go and fight headsmen that are killing people. But they always have to show force on protesters. Nigerians, if you don't wise up, time will pass. This government doesn't give a hoot about us. And it is high time we bond together in our millions and let this 1% know that this country is all of ours and not somebody's own.
The one that said Nigeria is for
They started shooting at them. They have. Just because I've got these loads of stuff I want to unload this afternoon. So I'm just going to give you the final part from the streets this morning. Then I'm going to come back later this evening to share with us how it all went down. Holy, the second part, right? Here, Shore.
Let's first of all get your thoughts, on the president's speech.
Meanwhile, this part of this clip is for those who are reacting to Tinubu's speech. That's the first one. The other part is back on the streets.
Let's first of all get your thoughts, on the president's speech.
Well, it was high on rhetorics, less on substance. There's no clear-cut indication to address the critical issues we are facing. I think what the president focused more was on what they have achieved in terms of cost-cutting measures and what they have added to the national reserve from 33 billion to 37 billion and clearing the debts without focusing more on the hardship that Nigerians have gone through in the last 16 months and what steps have been taken by the government to address particularly the issue of high cost of living, the high cost of energy, and the rest of it. So I think it's more like promises other than the actual programs that have been detailed out to be done in the next 1 year. That's the way.
Didn't it sound like detailing what we have achieved so far in the 16 months of the administration, and putting that as a reminder to Nigerians that we are taking steps in the right direction? Didn't you get that sense of that?
Well, President said that we have achieved peace. I challenged the president to travel throughout Nigeria without the security agents. I've said it over time. For the speaker, for the chief of staff to leave Abuja and come to Lagos and travel through the road, not by air, and then, or for the vice president to go to Borno via road, not through the air, and see whether we have the relative peace they are talking about. And there's no doubt that the challenges we are having with respect to high cost of living, high cost of food, and the rest of it is tied to insecurity, because farmers can't go to farm. Is it safe for farmers to go to farm? Those are questions that we need to ask ourselves. And the reality of what an average Nigeria is experiencing is different from what the president is experiencing. The president is within the cocoon of Aso Rock and his foreign travels. But the reality on ground does not measure up with what he is saying with respect to peace. And for peace to be in place, people must have the confidence and the trust that, okay, that peace is in place for me to travel. Before coming on set, I had conversation with 2 or 3 people talking about road travels and said I can never travel on the road to so place and so place. A friend of mine traveled to Kogi State for a burial of his professor's mother, and he came back. He said his heart was in his mouth throughout the journey. And so it's the reality on ground does not measure up with what the president is saying. That's my candidate.
There is victory. Marching forward, forward. In the struggle for Nigeria, there is free. And then we close. Reverse subsidy removal now. Reverse subsidy removal now. Reverse subsidy removal. Removing the right manner.
Everybody that's in detention illegally who have been charged with false criminal offences, including treason which carries the death penalty, must be released immediately. And it also extends to Nnamdi Kanu, who we believe is being persecuted by the Nigerian state because he has expressed the desire of his people to secede from Nigeria. They have a right to either stay or leave Nigeria. Our preference is that we will completely never prevent anybody from exercising their right to either stay or be in Nigeria.
Let us look at the retreat that is holding in Kano, where northern senators vehemently rejected anything that has to do with true federalism. And there are certain counterparts of the view that true federalism is the way to go. Particularly Senator Abundingi.
We are not. Part of our struggle is to eliminate all the senators we are talking about. By eliminating the Senate, all the House of Representatives. Are you getting my point? So you can't be asking me how they feel. We are here to represent the people who want liberation or who want new independence, not parts of the old system. We are not here. Yes.
Nobody can intimidate us. Anything will happen today, Nigerian people must march on the street in an orderly and peaceful manner.
We don't believe in participating or encouraging any other jamboree. We are not part of that. We are not going to any youth forum or any youth confab. We want the Nigerian people to create their own constitution and for the constitution to go through a referendum and to become the new basis for relationship amongst Nigerians.
Talk to us about the hope of our electoral system.
We can't cherry pick now. We have a problem that we have 15 solid demands, and electoral reform is part of it. But we are not looking for electoral reform. We are looking for an overhaul of this country. Electoral reform cannot solve our problem. Yes, thank you.
But not be Christian. Let him go to God. We are ready to face him. This protest has come to stay. After today, we are going to announce another day before December. This protest.
Let's first of all get
interesting. Thank you very much, Unwo Kike Emmanuel. God bless you, man. Thank you. Yes, you can support my channel by buying me a cup of coffee through that link. A cup of coffee is $5. And indeed, you can buy me 1, 2, 300. It depends, right? But for every penny, I am grateful. So thank you to all of you. And then going forward, just an extra. Yesterday, the news that broke that Oples Uzodinjo was planning or had agreed with the agent of darkness from the federal government of Nigeria or Fulani government of Nigeria to bring those they called the IDP from northern Nigeria to Imo State. People reacted, including the reaction that followed also included that of a supposed senator. I think his name is called Frank Ibezim. The man, they said, was pretty much behind the whole operation after Oples Uzodimgba. They plan to use an open university complex in Imo State. So people got a wind of it and it escalated quickly. First, before we go to that, a member of the Igbo nation, Biafra, sent a warning. Don't bring this. It's unheard of. All right. The news was actually broadcasted on the TVC, where they said to relocate these northern refugees, the victims of Boko Haram terrorism, and on, to relocate and then train them in Imo State. Oplus Uzodimba came out later to say it was fake news, but fake news, something that was pretty much heard on the TVC, and the whole world saw it. But when people reacted, they said it was fake news, but it was too late, as the reaction of people destroyed the place they wanted to use. A young man said this, like the one I played to you yesterday, these two.
I want to react to Senator Ned Nwoko's statements I heard directly from him. That, to quote him, if you think Simon Ekpa is the one making orders for the sit at home in the Southeast, or giving orders for the killings of people in the Southeast, then let's negotiate or discuss with him. I want to let that senator know, Senator Ned Nwoko, with due respect, that yes, Simon Ekpa is the one giving orders for the sit at home in the entire Southeast. And all of us, born Biafrans or wherever you reside in Biafran territory, everyone must abide by that sit at home. If you have foreheads, do not abide by it. Or if you think that you are an extraordinary human being, not from this earth, you live in oblivion or whatsoever, don't abide by it, and then you would see what the spirits do with the feathers of a fowl.
And on that. However, the reaction that followed last night was pretty much more like fire. So this happened last night.
The northern people. Before I'm going to northern, Biko, Frankie Bezim, Gina Mekawajuba, Biko. I saw more bloodshed because and here you watch a Hemegana Baliana, Igamat that now everywhere this red now. And the northern people can only be on a bench, how long no because one year ago, I said, I let Hemegan the one on get you was around here because of this year. Copy which in one nature, Sequana, the quick human women. Okay, watch I hear now. I am again but the way them because I'm Chohan Duguna Boko Haram. And the how one eager in state, take out what I have men who went them mother and Choha and Choha. Here, Wopo University, I saw school in Hedge with confused. Later now, there's a say now in the camp. Now, refugee camp because I'm Chohanya. Because today's date was 30th. Okay, yeah, first of October 2024. Because
yeah, it's a man and Liba and Adema. So they might do to hedge start ever Nina. Because I had on the Awasan and the Yoruba man on that now Wundibo. I had on her. So I imagine a break again. Oh, Biafra, I turn Nigeria. Because then I Biafra came on wine.
So, do that. The Open University born in they have set the Open University as on fire. They have set the Open University as on fire. This thing is right now the fire is on. The place is burning down. I'm taking this video from the Cathedral Church.
So simply put, the supposed place that they wanted to train the ID, who actually brought that kind of idea in the first place? Like the tension that you have already had in the eastern part of Nigeria, which is so prevalent, why would anyone even make that suggestion at this point? Like, why would you want to put the lives of supposedly victims of Boko Haram, put their lives in danger by relocating them to a place that they were never wanted? What are you trying to do? Now, from what we gathered, there were so many actions that took place last night. including the property of that guy, Frank Ibezim, supposed senator. They touched his property too. So the violence seems to kind of like be spreading as we speak. I do not, for any reason, support any violence, on anyone or anywhere. But something tells me there is so much disconnect between the political class of the eastern part of Nigeria and the people they are supposed to be representing or leading. And it is bound to get worse. There are these politicians from eastern part of Nigeria who have grown insensitive of the situation they have put their people in, especially since under Bokuwari. A lot of them believes that they could probably just sacrifice their people for whatever it is they are being promised by this Fulani terrorist and their sponsor from outside Igbo land. If you are so much in contact or in touch with the people you think you are leading or representing, there are some certain things that shouldn't even never be muted, ideas that should never be kind of like brought forward, talk less of you acting on them. It's unfortunate, isn't it? I'll leave it at that and go get ready for later this evening. A comprehensive report of how today went across Nigeria. The supposed giant of Africa on the 64th birthday. They've got nothing to show for it other than disjointed people, disunited people, hunger, terrorism, corruption, and all the vices you can think of. I will see you later this evening. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. And I hope I see you later at night. Until then, please take it easy and stay safe. Good afternoon.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Lórí Facebook lórí YouTube. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Bó bá ṣe eré àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Maiyegun Diary Politico. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun #1. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Maiyegun ti dé. ti dé.
ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
lórí Facebook.
Maiyegun ti dé.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
lórí YouTube.
Maiyegun ti dé.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
ọba bá gbé wúrẹ́.
Maiyegun máa wí.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
ijó ìgbádìyẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
kí gómìnà kówó jẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí bá.
Maiyegun máa wí.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú.
Maiyegun máa wí.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Maiyegun ti dé. gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀ oníkanṣá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o àyè.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. ṣùgbọ́n ní má ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
kì máa yí ṣeré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀ kì máa yí ṣeré ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀ ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. ṣùgbọ́n ní má ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
tẹnitẹni ọmọ Maiyegun ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́hún sọ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ́bù lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù bọ́tà ń lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọ́ mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀. èèpo ọ̀gọ̀lọ́mọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ó ti dọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o ó kó ẹni tó bá dán o àkàmù. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì o ẹni bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Allow the children. It's okay. It's okay. Off your mind. It's okay. Off your mind.
Chai! Now wow, people wey suppose talk truth to power don off mic, and if we talk, na 500,000 they go sama us call am hate speech. But fear not, Maiyegun don come. Him go torchlight every corner, nooks and cranny of all these bad people wey dey spoil our country. So my people make we laugh, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. My people make we shout, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun Diary Politico, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. This one not dey off in mind, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. And in dey touchlight every corner, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. Okay, some people be dey holla say dem want the power. Chai, dem be promise us say we go get light and power. Dem hustle sote they can't get the power. But now they know they do anything with the power. Every day, dollar just they get the higher power over naira. Still them talk say make we off mind, but thank God say Maiyegun don come. So my people make you laugh, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. My people make we shout, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun Diary Politico, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. This one not dey off in mind, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. Person wey dey do evil no one make person talk. Them say that Maiyegun, that man too dey talk. He too dey talk. Say Maiyegun Diary, he dey hot like pepper. But every day then they take money in bulk. Poor man pikin dey the street dey hawk. Still them talk say make we no talk. But thank God say Maiyegun don come. So my people make you laugh, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. My people make you shout, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don.
Hello there.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀, làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun làwa mọ̀, làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary, Maiyegun ti dé o, ọ̀rẹ́ ará yìí. Maiyegun Diary, lórí Facebook, lórí YouTube. Maiyegun Diary.
Good morning to you.
Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ní Maiyegun.
Good afternoon to you. And good evening to you from wherever you are joining us. It is brunch time with Maiyegun, which also happened to be the first broadcast in the month of October. In Nigeria, they are pretending to be celebrating Independence Day. I don't know what you are celebrating, but I do have for you this morning, this afternoon, depends on the time you are joining us, the happenings from the contraption, the 64-year-old baby. And that is Nigeria, the mismanaged contraption. 64 years, a baby. Tell everybody that cares to listen and probably to join us. Tell them that Maiyegun today. Maiyegun today.
Maiyegun today. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra jù. Maiyegun today. Ayé ẹ̀ súnra jù. Maiyegun today.
Happy New Month.
Maiyegun today.
Dear Templars.
Maiyegun today.
To those who like Maiyegun and those who don't really like Maiyegun, it doesn't really matter. Koolu has predicted. He has taken the business of lying to another level. And I am here to help you understand that indeed propaganda can't really run a country. Not a country that is already failed country. Tifnubu spent 20 minutes lying to millions of people, and Nigeria media have been sharing the nonsense. Not even a single person, not even a single media platform has done a fact-checking of all the lies that Tifnubu spilled this morning. They all just put out their headlines as usual. So please share this. Mutide. So good morning to you once again, good afternoon to you, and good evening to you from wherever you are joining us from. It is Maiyegun, and it is brunch time with Maiyegun live. Nigerians who have been the victims of a failed, corrupt, ineffective, inefficient, incompetent regime of Tifnubu, they woke up this morning to the barrage of lies, where Tifnubu and possibly those who wrote the nonsense, right, lied for 20 straight minutes. And as much as it's so cringy for those who know the truth to watch, there are gullible people that actually swallow the lies. Among the lies that Tifnubu told this morning was that they've paid back the 27.5 trillion naira that Bukwari printed and shared. Nobody wants to know how and where did the money they used in paying for that? Where did that come from? They just felt like, hey, wow, he's paid back the money. Similar way that they reduced the number of unemployed Nigerians from over 70% unemployed Nigerians. They reduced it to 5%. And they are telling themselves that Ashe Nigeria no get problem of unemployment, sha. Nobody that is unemployed in Nigeria, sha. So we have been doing it wrongly all this while. Assuming that will actually fix the main socio-economic problem created by joblessness, weak economy, or destroyed economy in Nigeria, rather than change it, right, it further aggravated it. And the common slang out there, including today, was that people are hungry and angry. Ebim pawao hunger day in English. So there is no amount of cooking of the book that is going to change what is a fact. They were lying to you about your inflation, lying about almost everything, hoping that if they said that, if they said that, everything will just be fine. No, it won't be fine. And that is why you have MaiyegunsDiary Politico, where in case if you are wondering, how come things are so bad? If truly these people said they have done this and that, how come things are so bad? Because they have not done anything in that direction. They have ruined Nigeria and they are cooking the figure. I'm kind of like, so it was so funny, right? When they said that Tifnubu said he has paid back the 30 trillion naira ways and means, which is like a white lie. So did they think that they can just doctor the book and that amount of money will just disappear? Sorry, the such debt will just be cleared because somebody inside the CBN decided to write it off. No longer put it in the book. Don't put it in the book anymore that the ways and means, money borrowed by the government, money printed by Bukwari, just say we have paid it, okay? So where is it? Similar way that Emefiole told you that the almost $10 billion they gave to Dangote for his refinery. Before the refinery, he actually produced 1 teaspoon of crude oil. They said Dangote don't pay back 70% of it. Now, Tifnubu came, they said, I will not see any money anywhere where Dangote pay. Here you get. Lies won't change anything, okay? Even if it gives you a temporary sort of a psychological relief, in reality, the effect of that looting, the effect of that economic sinkhole is always going to be felt. And they can lie to you, they can't lie to me. And they can't lie to those who care to know the truth, not those who are kind of feeling like, may God, or wishing that things just get better. I just wish that everything is fine, Sha. I know that God will do it. I know that God, like the God of Adeboye, that will say, IMF, whether you like it or not, Nigeria Naira shall rise again. The fake God of Adeboye and co. That is not how it works. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start this afternoon. I know it can be a little bit boring, but don't worry. It is a pre-recorded. The cut and join, cut and paste. Paste, copy and paste, cut and join. So it's not like Tifnubu trying to make anything. Okay, he was reading it, and they have to do it several times. In the videos I'm going to show to you right now, you can easily tell that they are like cutting and paste, cutting and join. Like they have to retake some of these things many times before they finally got the one they published, right? So this morning, Tifnubu broadcasted this. We will be taking it in parts. The first one.
Fellow Nigerians, as I address you today, I am deeply aware of the struggles many of you face in these challenging times. Our administration knows that many of you struggle with rising costs and the search for meaningful employment. I want to assure you that your voices are heard. As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs, and we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Exactly 64 years ago, our founding fathers chose democracy as a form of government and launched the dream of a great country that will lead the rest of Africa out of poverty, ignorance, and underdevelopment. A beacon of hope for the rest of Africa and the world. Over 6 decades later, we can look back and Nigerians worldwide can see how well we have succeeded in realizing the lofty dream of our founding fathers. The world is witnessing and benefiting from the can-do spirit of Nigerian people, our massive intellectual capacity, and our enterprise and industry in all vocations, from art to science, technology to infrastructure. The dreams that our founding fathers envisaged are still work in progress. Every day, we put our hands on the plow, determined to do a better job of it. While it is tempting to focus on what has been left undone and where we have stumbled as a nation, we must never lose sight of how far we have come in forging and holding our country together. Since independence, our nation has survived many crises and upheavals that led to the dissolution and disintegration of many other nations worldwide. 6 years after independence, our country descended into a political crisis that led to a bitter and avoidable civil war. Since returning from the brink of that darkest moment, we have learned to embrace our diversity and manage our differences better as we continue to work towards engendering a more perfect union. Despite the many challenges that buffeted our country, we remain a strong, united, and viable sovereign nation. Dear compatriots, our independence anniversary gave us another chance to reflect on how far we have gone in our journey to nation building and to renew our commitment to building a better nation that will serve present and future generations of Nigerians. While we celebrate the progress we have made as people in the last 64 years, we must also recognize some of our missed opportunities and mistakes of the past if we are to become one of the greatest nations on earth, as God has destined us to be. Our mistake must not be follow into the future. My administration took over leadership of our country 16 months ago at a critical juncture. The economy faced many headwinds and our physical security highly impaired. We found ourselves at a distant crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse. We decided to reform our political economy and defense architecture. On the security front, I am happy to announce to you, my compatriots, that our administration is winning the war on terror and banditry. Our target is to eliminate all threats of Boko Haram, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and the scourge of all forms of violent extremism. Within 1 year, our government has eliminated many Boko Haram and bandit commanders faster than ever. As of the last count, over 300 Boko Haram and bandit commanders have been eliminated by our gallant troops in the northeast, northwest, and some other part of the country. We have restored peace to hundreds of communities in the north, and thousands of our people have been able to return home. It is an unfinished business, I agree, which our security agencies are committed to ending as quickly as possible. As soon as we can restore peace to many communities in the troubled part of the north, our farmers can return to their farms. We expect to see a leap in food production and a downward spiral in food costs. I promise you, we shall not falter on this.
That's the first one, okay? I know you can sit down there and easily just puncture all the lies, all right? Since now speech, then write for them, say make him read, all right? And in reality, okay, you would expect them to at least give you the names of communities that they have liberated, all right, that people are now returning back to their homes on the issue of insecurity. The light, when they tell you, say they at the end of the tunnel, Nalayo, there is no light at the end of any tunnel. We don't go check them. They've stolen the bulb. They've stolen the generator. They've stolen everything that is there. Everything is darkness, darkness, and darkness. And it's not just say because we don't like the guy. It's because what he's saying to you right there is a pure lie. Of course, they've been able to eliminate, as he put it, they've been able to kill just maybe about 4 TikTok Fulani terrorists. You see those ones that are on TikTok. The Ogbonge Fulani terrorists that are collecting taxes in half of Niger State. The Boko Haram terrorists that are collecting taxes. And the Fulani terrorists that are collecting taxes in Borno State. Half of Borno State. Half of Katsina State. part of Kaduna State, Yobe, Kerbi, they are still there. Gidigba. People are paying their taxes to them as we speak. And if, what do you call it? The fact that is kind of making it look like they met an economy that was headwind, whatever I said there, right? Again, that was the genesis, or should you say the genesis of more lies that is going to spew. I don't want to waste much of our time. I want us to get over it quick, so I can add my own expose on it before going to something else, okay? Listen to the other one. From the same Koolu this morning. Oh yeah, continue.
Particularly the flooding the part of the country. After Vice President Kashim Shettima visited Maiduguri, I also visited to assure our people that this federal government will always stand with our people in their times of trouble. At the last meeting of the Federal Executive Council, we approved a disaster relief fund to mobilize private and public sector funds to help us respond faster to emergencies. Our government has also ordered integrity tests of our dams in the country to avert future disasters. The economy is undergoing the necessary reforms and retooling to serve us better and more sustainably. If we do not correct the physical misalignment that led to the current economic downturn, our country will face an uncertain future and the peril of unimaginable consequences. Thanks to the reform, our country attracted foreign direct investment worth more than $30 billion in the last year. Fellow compatriots, our administration is committed to free enterprises, free entry, and free exit in investment while maintaining the sanctity and efficacy of our regulatory processes. This principle guides the divestment transaction in our upstream sector, where we are committed to changing the fortune positively. As such, ExxonMobil surplus divestment will receive ministerial approval in a matter of days, having been concluded by the regulator, NUPRC, in line with the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA. This was done in the same manner as other qualified divestment approved in the sector. The move will create vibrancy and increase oil and gas production positively, impacting our economy. The more disciplined approach adopted by the central bank to monetary policy management has ensured stability and predictability in our foreign exchange market. We inherited a reserve of over 33 billion 16 months ago. Since then, we have paid back the inherited forex backlog of 7 billion. We have cleared the ways and means debt of over 30 trillion naira. We have reduced the debt service ratio from 97% to 68%. Despite all this, we have managed to keep our foreign reserve at 37 billion. We continue to meet all our obligations and pay our bills. We are moving ahead with our fiscal policy reforms. We stimulate our productive capacity and create more jobs and prosperity. The Federal Executive Council approved the Economic Stabilization Bill, which will now be transmitted to the National Assembly. This transformative bill will make our business environment more friendly stimulate investment, and reduce the tax burden on businesses and workers once they are passed into law. As part of our efforts to re-engineer our political economy, we are resolute in our determination to implement the Supreme Court judgment on the financial autonomy of local governments. The central concern of our people today is the high cost of living, especially food costs. This concern is shared by many around the globe as prices and the cost of living continue to rise worldwide. My fellow Nigerians, please be assured that we are implementing many measures to reduce the cost of living here at home. I commend the governors, particularly in Kebbi, Niger, Jigawa, Kwara, Nasarawa, and other Southwest governors that have embraced our agricultural production program. I urge other states to join the federal government in investing in mechanized farming. We are playing our part by supplying fertilizer and making tractors and other farm equipment available. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved establishing a local assembly plant for 2,000 John Deere tractors, combine harvesters, disc riders, bottom plows, and other farm equipment. The plant has a completion time of 6 months. Our energy transition program is on course. We are expanding the adoption of the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas for mass transit with private sector players. The federal government is ready to assist the 36 states and FCT in acquiring CNG buses for cheaper public transportation. Fellow Nigerians, while we are working to stabilize the economy and secure the country, particularly the
nuisance Lele.
Omo, because I want to actually bust all the lies. So I am going to calm down to explain this. In as much as some of the Lagos Abobakus, Oshogbo Alibajiris, the crumb eaters, the crumb chasers, the ass lickers, the all risers, the bastards, the bat idiots, and the entire clan of, Buhari idiots, so to say, would want all those things to be true. And normal, they make me vex that you have a country of 200 million people and these guys have the audacity to lie, barefaced lies to you. And there is no one single media house in Nigeria right now doing what is called fact-checking. You see all these things that Tinubu said in that speech, if to say they were true, I swear, your life will be better today than what it is right now. If just maybe, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I picked up about 8 foolish lies. Out of that 8, if 4 of them, if they were true, even me, Maiyegun, I will find it difficult to criticize that criminal. But because Nigeria is such a useless place that these guys have made it, there is no single media house in Nigeria They are looking to all their other speech and begin to fact check them. Fact check them, which means to punch out all the lies. Not a single one. They were all riding. They were creating different headlines in Nigeria right now. Different headlines. Just because Tinubu said it. If they have 4 of them to be true, your lives will be better than what it is right now. Alone. Now let's take a look at them. You remember that the reason why the UAE placed a visa ban on Nigeria was because the airline from their country, among other countries too, with other countries, the one from their own country, they were among the people that, despite doing business in Nigeria, okay, and they put their money in Nigerian banks, when it was time for them to take their money to their country, which was supposed to be in dollars, the Central Bank of Nigeria, under Buhari, they've stolen the money. So they started offering to pay them in Naira. And they were like, no, that's not the agreement, bilateral agreement we signed. We've paid you your taxes. We've paid everything that we're supposed to pay in your country. This is our profit. The total money hold these airlines was put at $10 billion. So Buhari, Emefiole, they've looted the money. They couldn't find liquid cash, dollars, to pay them. So they started playing them. When the UAE couldn't take it anymore, they placed a visa ban on Nigeria and Nigerians as a means of pressuring your government to pay them. Buhari ensured that they didn't pay it. So when Tinubu came, he went to Dubai to go and meet them and said, we will pay you. And they said, yeah, pay us, then we'll lift the ban. That same day, Akuri Nigelaila told you that Dubai has lifted the visa ban. Remember, last year? That ended up as a lie. So they now said, Wale Idun, Kadobi, and the rest of them, they said they will meet with all these airlines and strike a deal. By then, Nigeria Naira has been floated by Tinubu. At the time, Nigeria Naira was like almost 1,900 Naira to $1. So it was worse. So what did Tinubu offer them? They said they will pay them the money, but it will be paid to them at the exchange rate of when the money was owed under Tinubu. Officially, it was 400 Naira or 410 Naira to $1. So if they accepted that deal, these people will lose about 60% of their money, which means at the end of the day, Nigeria won't pay $10 billion. Okay? Nigeria will pay somewhere around $3 billion to $4 billion. So the airlines will lose most of their money. And they said no. Also, because Nigeria Naira has crumbled, when they hold them their money, it was somewhere around 4 trillion Naira. Since Nigeria Naira don't crash, the money has now jumped to almost over 15 trillion Naira. So Nigeria will need to go and get 15 trillion Naira. Then go and look for where to buy dollars and pay them. So from 4 trillion, the money has jumped to over 15 trillion because of the destroyed Naira. So they now started negotiation. Some airlines said, you know what? We won't take it. We won't take the 400. Make it 1,000 Naira to $1. Even though you can't make it 1,500, okay? Make it 1,000. So in the process, some of the airlines agreed to take the exchange rate of 1,000 Naira or so, which means Nigeria could pay them at that exchange rate. So that simply put said, in total, $1.2 billion was agreed with those ones. Immediately, Tinubu's people, they went to the media. They said, Tinubu has cleared all the backlog because of the ones who have agreed. So those ones who didn't agree, Tinubu and his people said, their papers get pure. So Nigeria is not paying them. We can't pay the money. We don't have a valid document. But these ones who have verified their money, that's what they told the media. They said, the ones that have verified their money, Tinubu was ready to pay them. So that one came to $1.2 billion.